We're going to be looking at data for enhanced SDGs follow-up and review processes at the national and subnational levels. We'll have 3 presenters, and then, as it was yesterday, discussions will follow those presenters. But this session is going to be moderated by Claudia. So Claudia, please, you can go ahead. Let me just make also a simple note that after this session, before we go to coffee break, we need to take a group photo outside after this session. Yeah, Claudia.
Thank you very much, Martin. And good morning, everyone. We are going to get started with session 6. So hopefully today we will be on time as scheduled. Session 6 is going to look to data for enhanced SDG follow-up review processes at the national and subnational levels. The issue of data was something that emerged yesterday several times. And in the session today, we hope to have a discussion on some of these challenges and most importantly, some of the solutions to cope with data for SDG reporting. So without further ado, I will call to the podium to the 3 speakers of the session. The first speaker is Mr. Aziz Helenov. He is with us today in his capacity as chair of the Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning Group of the United Nations in Malawi. Mr. Aziz, you're welcome to join us. The second speaker is Mr. Alec Bonda from the National Statistical Office and NSO. Mr. Alec, you are also welcome to join the panel. And the third and last speaker, Mr. Smignola Kalusi from Kongoma. Mr. Smignola, you're also welcome. You can have a seat in the different chairs. Please feel free to sit. And thank you for joining us today. So, dear colleagues, let me stress the relevance of data for the Sustainable Development Goals. Without data, and especially without quality data, sustainable development is doomed to fail. And we know this because if we are not able to track and to understand where we stand, we will not be able to move forward. And let me also share that data is the lifeblood of policy making and accountability. And as countries face multiple challenges and interconnected challenges, the need for data capacity building is essential to inform policy making. However, only 12% of the SDGs are on track to meet their targets by 2030. And this means that we are leaving more than half of the world behind. And as Mr. Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, mentions, and I quote, adequate disaggregated data is still lacking at the local level, especially as countries and cities aim to decentralize. Approximately 23% of NCOs in less income countries and lower middle income countries are experiencing severe funding shortages, with funding gaps exceeding 60% of the total. And about 50% of NSOs in this group also face funding gaps ranging from 20 to 60%. Funding and capacity challenges pose a significant challenge to build the strong data capacities and determine verifying data gaps. And as you can imagine, the gap is even wider when we look at the local level. The local level, statistical departments face challenges in collecting accurate and updated data. Not all the statisticians at the local level are aware of the connection in between the data that they collect with the Sustainable Development Goals. And the data collected does not always reach the national level, which makes it difficult at the national level to get a realistic and disaggregated picture of the territories. However, there are also some improvements and good points at the global level. For example, the proportion of indicators of SDG indicators that are clear and have a good country coverage has increased significantly from 36% in 2016 to 66% in 2022. In just 7 years, the global SDG database has expanded significantly from 330,000 in 2016 to 2.7 million as of May 2023. I wanted to highlight some of the global trends in terms of data, some worrying trends, but also some hopes in terms of data for the Sustainable Development Goals. And just before giving the floor and engaging with our speakers, I wanted to ask two questions for all of you. The first question is directed to the national government representatives. And I wanted to ask you, in a very brief statement, if you could share one challenge that you're experiencing to collect data. Just one challenge at the national level. Any thoughts? We have here some representatives from the ministries. Then let me move to the local government's representatives. I know that we have several here today. If you could share with us, with the panelists, with the group, one of the challenges that you're experiencing at the local level to collect data. Yes, please, sir.
Yeah, maybe one of the biggest challenge to me is the data collection tools. They are not sometimes speaking to each other in terms of the characters that will conform to the indicators. So there's need for harmonization, because the indicator X may be with its own way and the format on how to collect the data. And you'll see that the other indicators also have their own data collection tools. By the end of the day, they're not speaking to each other. So yeah, harmonization of the tools for data collection is actually very paramount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Harmonization of the tools, very relevant point. Any other challenge? Yes, please.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges was also highlighted yesterday. There's lack of funding for the monitoring and evaluation office, which plays also a very key role under the Directorate of Planning. So I think if the deliberate efforts are made to support that office, we could see a great improvement in terms of data collection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, the issue of lack of funding, lack of capacities by statistical offices. Please, the last one.
Yeah, I think it was also mentioned yesterday that in the local councils, the management information system is not functional. The database is there. So in the absence of that system, sometimes you're not motivated as officers probably to move around, collect data, and the input the same in the into the system, because you want to see the output, the reports. That's what motivates you to actually collect data. Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. Updated monitoring systems, please, ma'am.
Yeah, I wanted to indicate on the issue of data needs, because what happens is, like, for example, Ministry of Health, they have their own indicators that they're interested in. Ministry of Agriculture, they also have their own indicators. So the SDG has also their own indicators. Malawi 2060, they have their own indicators. So at the end, you are tracking many indicators and you don't even know how to prioritize that, which is which. So then you end up not even reporting at all. So a lot of data needs, a lot of reporting channels are also making it a challenge. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Again, stressing the point of harmonization and the point of having a coherent system for indicators. Very important. Yes, please.
Maybe not forgetting the capacity of these data collection lower level structure. Sometimes, yes, we may have our extension staff members, but due to institutional memory, sometimes some may be new joining the system, and maybe because of lack of capacity building workshops, you may find out that they may not be familiar to data collection tools. And in so doing, you may find out that there are gaps in terms of internalizing these data collection tools. And in so doing, you find out that we are not there in terms of capacitating these lower level structures, even our extension frontline staff on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please, the final one.
My suggestion is on data streaming. For example, if you have a project for where we are placing on Vision 2063 of Malawi, we forget of acknowledging SDG goals. Yeah, so when you, I guess there you said that one of the points you said that if we streamline SDGs in other goals, it's easier to report. So if there's no streamlining, it means you'll have difficulties in reporting. Then there's a huge gap on trying to find out about the SDGs.
Thank you very much. And indeed, the issue of harmonizing as well, as we were saying before, indicators, but also the reporting is very important. So by working on the SDGs, we should not add more work to the local governments, but rather harmonize it with the existing reporting mechanisms at the local level. I'm going to cut it here, and then we will have time in the Q&A section to continue with the challenges. I'm happy to say that there are some important inclusion challenges coming in. And With these challenges mentioned, we are going to hear some of the solutions and perspectives from the United Nations system, from the civil society, as well as from the National Statistical Office. So starting from the first speaker, Mr. Assis, tell us about the work that the United Nations in Malawi is conducting to support the monitoring and evaluation of the SDGs. The floor is yours. And
Thanks a lot. Good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure for me to represent United Nations system here with you in this very important workshop. United Nations system has monitoring, evaluation, and learning group, as well as data group, in order to work hand to hand with the government of Malawi. And when I got this invitation with my colleagues, members of those groups, we discussed a lot how to better structure, how better introduce our groups to all of you, because it is very difficult to divide what government is doing, what UN system is doing, because we are all of us working together hand to hand on the implementation of Malawi 2063 vision and its first 10 implementation plan, MIP1. And the UN system is trying to involve a more subnational level. I don't know, you were part of that or not. For United Nations is working now with government under the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. So when we developed that cooperation framework, we involved not only national level government, but also we had consultations at the district levels. I don't know you were part of that or not, but we tried to make our cooperation framework more inclusive. And a new generation of cooperation framework is, yes, it is, we are developing jointly, but it is accountability mechanism also for UN system to show how UN is supporting achievement of SDGs in the Malawi. So that's why it's very difficult for me to divide what was done by UN system, what was done with the government. But in general, we decided some highlights we should give by using this opportunity. If we will look at strengthening of national monitoring and evaluation system, M&E system, now, first ever, Malawi has monitoring evaluation policy. This is first time, and we worked together on the development of that policy with the government and UN system. As I told, we through the monitoring and evaluation learning group. Although UN contributed to the development of monitoring and evaluation framework, what I mentioned on Malawi 2060 and MIP, because all of them, this is good thing that government already aligned such umbrella documents with the SDG indicators. And it means when we are implementing our national development plans, we are also synchronic way collecting data for reporting to SDGs. And also we worked with the government aligning the local development planning on the M&E frameworks. For example, we are continuing to support National Planning Commission and Ministry of Local Government in aligning the local development planning process with the M&E framework of Malawi 2063 and MIP1. And also we are supporting district councils in integrating localized SDG indicators into the district development plans and establishing M&E system at the local level. If we will look at voluntarily national review process, we work it hand to hand. I'm sure you know that government of Malawi made two presentations at the high level forum in 2020 and 2022. And during that process, when we worked with all of you on the development of voluntarily national review, we made excessive data collection, analysis, stakeholder consultations. That's why what we heard now from local colleagues about challenges, those challenges are known. Now, just we should find out together by having such kind of discussions to come the joint solutions on this. If we will look at strengthening of data collection and analysis, yes, UNFPA is mainly working with NSO, UN team, UN system is working with NSO in undertaking, for example, Malawian is, I am also now Malawian, we should proud of that. In Africa, first time we had the population census by using computer-assisted personal interviewing, CAPI system. No paper, we use it, tablets for the 2018 census. You know that census, as well as other surveys, are very costly. Now I heard from local colleagues who are working at the districts, there are tools for collectors. So we should somehow jointly to address how we can reduce cost of census, cost of surveys, because it is very costly and mobilization of resources are a very difficult current geopolitical situation. For example, we together with NSO made a lot of efforts on mobilizing resources on ongoing demographical survey. It was very difficult to reach that level in order to start, and fortunately, based on our joint efforts, we are now undertaking it. And this the demographical survey will be very instrumental for us, not as having that survey, not having only just having information to report to SDGs, but also this is first survey after the COVID-19. And we can look at how such big pandemic can make, impact for those indicators against which we will collect data. And then it will also not only feed our development reporting SDGs, but also resilience building of country. How make country ready, increase readiness to respond such kind of pandemic in case in the future it will be happen. Nobody knows. Nobody knows that COVID will come. The same thing. Having that, we should, congratulate to each other. We will have that DHS data, DHS survey, and we will have that data very soon. Preliminary data, and so colleague will correct me. We will have around November this year some preliminary data, and it will help us better planning and better planning for development, as well as planning for resilience building for whole country. Of course, it is not only DHS. We are now working on the integrated household survey. We are also working on labor force survey. So all of them have relevant SDG indicators. And roughly, we calculated with colleagues all these surveys, jointly with the government, we mobilized about $4 million in order to have this survey done this year. And the good thing is, what I like, as I told at the beginning, government and UN system is working hand to hand. When government made evaluation national statistics strategy, they involved us to that evaluation. UN system. And it was very good that with the evaluators to have that negotiation about what should be next generations of strategy, particularly by taking into consideration those issues, what we have at the district level, subnational level. That's very, very important. And we are taking this opportunity to want to express our thanks to the government of Malawi, and NSO is coordinating that. Thanks a lot for involving UN system on such evaluations. If we will look at the capacity building on monitoring, evaluation, learning, and data, UN agencies supporting NSO, and NSO supporting other MDAs on capacity building, and it is going on data collection, analysis, dissemination, and how jointly we can monitor SDG. And this is including, some of them are training programs, some of them are technical assistance, some of them are what mentioned harmonized tools, development of tools which should be integrated with other sectors, and development of guidance. As my colleague now mentioned, new person when he's coming, he should have everything with him in order to kick off his work. So guidelines should be there in order to work in this area. And then it is very good that Malawi is very open country. Not all countries are open, such Malawi. You are saying you are warm heart of Africa. So this is giving you another advantage to be part of global platforms. For example, last year, September, Deputy Secretary General initiated a new initiative about unlock of data, this data dividend initiative. And Malawi was invited to that launching, and new commissioner of NSO, we talked the other day, during this September, we will have globally Summit of Future. We know that just Claudia made the presentation. We are not achieving SDGs, but as we planned by 2030. If we are not achieving 2030 SDGs, what we should do beyond 2030? So during that summit, it will be discussed. And during that summit, that is expectation, 30 champion countries will be involved to that initiative, the data dividend. And we are other day talking to commissioner. Let's, be one of the 30 champions in order to have more support to learn more from global platforms. Also, there are a lot of regional platforms, African Union and other places where Malawi is proactively participating, and we can get more and more from there. And sub-regional level, SADC. For example, NSO and World Bank project currently is under the SADC. We should be there. And it is giving not only just getting support to Malawi in particular, but those platforms are very good for learning, experience sharing with other countries. If Malawi is doing good in this area, why we should not share it to others? If others are doing something good, particularly in our gap area, why we should not learn from them? Because they are our neighbors. They are in this sub-regional area. So I think there are a lot of opportunity on capacity building, not only what we are doing in country today, but also we can, proactively participate in those platforms and speak out, not just be there. We should, deliver voice of a warm heart of Africa. They should hear us, Malawians, and our challenges, our achievements. And regarding the assessing and strengthening of national data ecosystem in 2022, and most of our colleagues from district level told that we have a lot of management information systems. And at the local level, we are struggling reporting to different reporting platforms. At the end, they are not speaking each other. And that analysis we made in order to come up with the national harmonized management information system. What we are entering, it should be integrated, it should be harmonized with all sectors. Even in this case, we can see what is happening in our country. And then other exercises on data landscape, identifying gaps, informing roadmap for strengthening of national data ecosystem for SDG, monitoring, all of them are, we are doing together. And at the end, I wanted to just, again, one more time, highlight that we should learn from each other. Each other, I mean, here in the country, districts can learn from another district. If one district is doing very good on data collection, why we cannot come and learn from them? And the same MDAs can learn from each other. This is internal, but also external. For example, beginning of year, government and the UN system supported delegation to go to Kenya and learn how they are integrating M&E system. They even had now at the national, and they are saying not district, county level, electronic integrated monitoring and evaluation system, which is measuring SDGs, and also UNFPA was instrumental. We have also there ICPD indicators. And it is good that that dashboard has two things. One thing is for professionals as you are, when you want to go deeply. Another thing is public, population, original people. They should also know where we are with the SDGs implementation. So at the end, I also want to one more time highlight, yes, we are doing secondary analysis of collected data. For example, after census, we made thematic reports, but we should do deeper. For example, if we are having DHS data should be done for secondary analysis. For example, segmentation of analysis by income or willingness to pay, and by having that segmentation to make mechanisms to serve each sector, private sector, social marketing, and public sector. So in general, that one, again, you know, we are working together. And what I mentioned here, it was not just done by UN system, it was done UN system and Malawi together, and we tried as much as possible, make it inclusive, having local government and civil society organizations. So I am with you. We are not, you know, only for this workshop, UN system with you, you know, all time. We are part of Malawi. We are here anytime, any questions you can raise, you know, through different channels. Thank you for your attention. Sorry if I talk too much, but I want to, you know, have that conversation because we are doing one job. We are working on the development of Malawi, serving of Malawians. Thank you.
Mr. Assis, thank you. Very important remarks and very important tangible support that the UN is providing to Malawi, how important it is to facilitate the sharing of experiences internally in Malawi, regionally, and also globally. Thank you for that, and thank you for the great work and support. I will pass the floor now to Mr. Alec Monda, who is going to present from the podium. And we would like you to, I think the cable, fantastic. We would like you to bring maybe the national perspective into the conversation by sharing some of the challenges and opportunities that the monitoring of the SDGs and the Malawi 2063 has at the national and subnational levels. I think the presentation is coming up. There it is.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Alvin Pondo from NSO. Our presentation is on data sources for the SDG 2030 and Malawi 2053. We also dwell on the challenges and opportunities. So as a matter of background, since the adoption of SDGs in 2015 worldwide, NSO has been compiling data for reporting SDG issues. So as a matter of background, I will briefly share with you what we have been collecting. This is a framework that the government of Malawi, NSO inclusive, developed in the collection of data for SDGs. As you can see from that one, the first column is on SDG goal and target. The second one is the indicator. The indicators were fully developed by the UN systems, so it's not a national thing because SDGs are at the global level. So these definitions are everywhere in the world. Wherever you go, you find the same definition. That means NSO has to comply with that definition in coming up with the indicators for the SDG. So as I've said, the method is developed by the UN, we're just following it. The level of aggregation normally is sex, location, age group. In reporting the data, we are supposed to adhere to those level of disaggregation. For the SDG, we use 2015 as a base year, but I'm sure the 2063, they are using a different base year as well. So the time period is that one. So example for this one is for SDG indicator definition. Looking at this indicator, we're saying percentage of children under 5. So this is what we collected. This information was collected from the DHS because our presentation is on the sources. And how do you verify? You verify using DHS page 170, table 11.1 for that one. For most of the indicators for health, they are reported at 5 years frequency because the DHS is carried out every 5 years. And for all indicators, there is a responsible institution. In this case, is the NSO and means of health. But for other indicators, we have different sources of information. So you can see we have means of agriculture. They're also supplying data for this framework. So mostly for data collection tools, we are using a household education for national level information. As you can see, for more case, these surveys are national level surveys. That means we go to each and every district, or the data is made in such a way that it has to present the whole process system. And we also have to verify our information in compliance with the official verification standards. In our case, we use the UN standards to verify our information. So basically, this is what we have developed, mostly on column B, where you have indicator definitions. The assumption is when you are saying that our local data collection tools are aligned to SDGs, it may mean that that indicator is at local level. Let's say in Sanje, they're also collecting time information on that level. You can do this either through the household questionnaire or most probably using administrative data from the hospital that the council, because we have the systems. We have the health system, education, agriculture, district level. So using that information, you can have a database where you have information aggregated from all the hospitals in, let's say, Sanje, and you update your database. This is basically what we have done as a country. So the reporting frequency is normally 5 years, others are annual, depends on the indicator, like inflation is annual. For DHS issues is 5 years. There are also integrated household issues, there is also 5 years. So moving away from this, I will go straight to the data sources. So this is what NSO has been doing. There's some survey that are done every 10 years. We have the population and housing census that was done in 2018. And you may remember that the previous one was done in 2008. And preparations are underway for the next one in 2028. We also have the National Aggregate Census, which we are conducting this year. The last one was done in 2006 to 2007. So we didn't have enough resources to carry out in 2014. And the labor force was last done in 2013, but currently they'll be starting trainings in 2 weeks to come for the 2024 labor force survey. For the 5-year surveys, we have the DHS, which is mostly for health issues, health-related issues that are collected in the DHS. This is information collected for all districts in the country. Because DHS SDG reporting is supposed to be national data being reported. We do not report for district data, but it's aggregated to come up with the national data for this. So this is what I explained. And these are some of the surveys that we have been doing. The welfare monitoring survey was being done every 2 years. Multiple cluster surveys, they are done every 3 years. The annual economic surveys are conducted annually. Malawi annual economic report is annually. So apart from these sources, we also use data from the UN systems. Because I'll give you an example of the forestry data. We don't have the capacity within the forestry to do some modeling in coming up with some data for indicators under forestry. So the UN will come in and develop a model, but they'll always come back to us to verify whatever they have developed and the acceptance at country level. So apart from the household surveys, we also rely so much on administrative data. We go to MDAs. Examples would be Malawi Regulatory Authority, the periodic carry out a communication survey. The last one was being launched last week. We also go to Reserve Bank for economic indicators, but these are administrative. This is data that they are keeping, and it wasn't meant necessarily for SDG reporting, but we are taking advantage of the existence of that information for us to report on SDG. The means of education, they have information for all primary schools and secondary schools in the country for their own usage. The means to natural resources, agriculture, they conduct APIS, which is done at ADTA level, and this information is collected even at district level. So for Lower Shire ADD, you have Nsanja and Jikwawa, and this information is aggregated to come up with one for ADD. So at the district level, you can have this information as well for crop production, health issues, education issues. The same with the lands and the means of gender indicators. So we go to the challenges. The major one has been that the major sources of data, the surveys, haven't been done regularly because of funding and other issues. So we are able to report, we are reporting rate for SDG and the Malawi 2063. The other thing is that we have so many indicators being collected by some other institutions around. There are so many research institutions that are cropping up, and they're also reporting on the same. So we have to verify with them. The other one would be there's a red response from ministries, departments, and agencies whenever we want some information on the indicators for the SDGs. The data quality issues. Most of these institutions would have the information, but the quality is not up to that level for us to indicate them as national level data. They lack comparability, frequency, and other issues. We also have a major issue with the weak data management systems. And this is a major issue that we have noted from the districts. They have the setups, the technical working groups, but it's mostly to do with case management issues, not data issues. Because, for example, if you ask them about the gender issues, they'll tell you this is the level of violence cases that in terms of gender, but they can't give you real data. They just give you data without any verifications. So those are issues that are weak in data systems that at council level. The other one being in compiling these data sets, they are supposed to comply with the redone procedures. The first one being, we have developed the compendium of statistical definitions that is supposed to be used by all data collection agencies in this country. So because of this, the definition of a household may differ from one point to the other. So to get away with that discrepancy, we developed a statistical definition compendium where all definitions for all data producers are supposed to use in coming up with the indicators. We also have issues with the quality, and we have developed a document. Most of these documents can be found on NSO website in terms of what it means to have a good document. It has to satisfy quality assurance framework that was defined by NSO. And this is a copy of whatever UN has designed on quality issues within the country. Moving on to opportunities. As my colleague has said, we use the tablets for the 2018 census. That's an opportunity that is cropping up these years. Especially for NSO now, we have moved to using tablets for all our surveys. In that, we're able to collect information the moment it's happening. As an opportunity, when we are revising the 2013 NSO Act, we included all agencies in this act, so NSO can help you in formulating data collection tools, structures, because we are mandated by the law to do that. We also have an increasing awareness of SDG and the Malawi 2063 issues at different levels. And also, as an opportunity, we are using new innovations. For example, for the census, we use the satellite imagery to come up with the emerging areas. That was the first time that Malawi government did that. We also have donor support. They are willing to help us. Most of these big surveys are done with support from the donors, both financial and technical, and also the government support as well. And lastly, there's a political will and commitment for us to attain the SDGs 2030, as well as the Malawi 2063. I stand there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alec, for presenting the perspective of NSO. Thank you. And indeed, we were mentioning it at the beginning of the session, how relevant, but also how big is the gap that exists in terms of the data collection and the work of NSO. So thank you for outlining some of the challenges that you're encountering and also some of the opportunities. Let me just pick up the point on financing. And I wanted to share that in April 2024, there was launched the 1-2 declaration. And this declaration, actually, what it stands for is for the support, the financial support to national statistical offices and the supports of national governments in fulfilling, their data commitments. And this support, this financial support, should come from from governments, but it should also come from the work of development partners and donors. And it is often said that what it is not reported does not exist. And actually, this is a very important statement in the age of information and technology that we live in. Thank you once again, Mr. Alik. And from here, we have heard the experience and the support from the United Nations, from NSO, and I would like to go now to the experience of Congoma, the support from the civil societies, how instrumental civil societies to support data collection, analysis, and interpretation. And we know that Congoma prepares, the Malawian civil society report on the progress of the SDGs. And here we will be very happy and grateful to hear about the main findings of this report and the connection with data. Mr. Sminkala, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity that we can come here and make a presentation on our experiences. So just to agree with the moderator that indeed, as civil society organizations, we have been able to generate reports on the progress that we are observing on the ground, in line with what we are seeing as representatives of the citizens of Malawi. So the latest report that was produced was in 2023. And in terms of how it's generated, we go out to the communities, get information on each of the SDGs. And further to that, we also look at national reports that have been produced by different stakeholders, the government, the development partners, even the private sector. Then from that, we also move to the global level, trying to check what international institutions are saying, including the UN and other institutions. And then we triangulate all that information and give the basis for the report that we share. So the good news is we share with you the latest report. I've already shared with the Secretariat for this meeting, so you can have a glimpse into what we talk about when we look at the people's report on the progress of SDGs. So maybe in addition to the topic at hand, just to say that civil society organizations have an interest in the local and international development frameworks. Why they have an interest? It's because they implement some projects in all the sectors that are relevant to the SDGs. So that also calls for close monitoring of the interventions that are taking place. So direct implementation and also monitoring of activities on the ground, which at the end of the day are able to generate data. And also conduct research, the baseline surveys before we begin to implement projects. So these actually inform the nature of activities that we have to implement on the ground. And further to that, we also do capacity building, which is a very critical area. I understand that even the government, they would rather work with the institutions or NGOs that are focusing on the hardware. For example, if you are constructing schools, you are constructing bridges, those are the darlings of the government. But when we say we are talking about advocacy, then the issues begin to come out. So we are mindful of that, but we still have to empower the communities. When we're looking at the hardware, then we also look at the software so that the citizens are able to sustain the interventions that are taking place. So it could be capacity building in various areas, civic education and all that. So you see that at the end of the day, for you to monitor progress in terms of community empowerment, you need the data. And that's how relevant it is. So now in terms of our experiences, what are the gaps that I see as civil society organizations? So the first gap is we do not have a data depository for civil society organizations. So that leaves a gap in terms of where can we get data from the CSOs. So there's a lot of data generated by individual institutions, others are done jointly, but you don't have a common place where we can deposit all that data. So that makes it challenging for us to find a platform where people can access the data, whatever we're generating on the ground. Then also face a hurdle in terms of official and the unofficial data. So usually when we use our data, NSO will say, no, this one is not official. So we are bound to say, okay, fine. Can you give us the official data for this community? Then also face the issue that, no, we may not have data for that specific community. So what data are we going to use in such cases? So it's really a challenge, and we feel that maybe we need to collaborate more with the institutions, the public institutions, so that this data can be looked at or can be analyzed in a way that supports the government where we have data gaps. Then also have challenges in terms of the data that is generated by different ministries and departments other than the National Statistical Office. So even as my colleague from NSO said, these departments produce data. So, but when we try to quote some of that data, we face a challenge also that, no, this was just an institution or a departmental survey that was done. So it cannot really inform the national picture. For example, the Ministry of Health, they're producing a lot of data. The Ministry of Agriculture. So as civil society organizations are able to check some of this because they're already available where we don't have data from NSO. So we face this challenge. We use the data, but then we also face the issue that this may not be official data. As CSOs, we also use different data tools, data collection tools. So possibly when we are presenting the research findings, then we are bound to face the question, how did you analyze that data? No, we don't use these tools. We are supposed to use tools A and B. So yeah, it's a very big challenge, but also have to reflect on the capacity of the NGOs. Not all of them may have the capacity to generate credible data. We understand that. But at the same time, when we have data gaps, maybe we can use the other available tools that we have. Then the other issue to do with data is inconsistent data sources. So when we are even producing the people's report, when we try to do literature review, you find out that other sources are saying this, the other sources are saying that on the same category of information that we're looking for. So we believe that's a very big challenge because as a country, we need to move towards harmonizing the data that we are collecting at national level. So in the absence of that kind of harmonization, then we are bound to use different perspectives on the same information. So at the end of the day, we get confused as CSO because you don't know which one is really credible data. So now after saying this information, what did the people say in terms of the SDGs in Malawi? So in summary, the citizens are saying we'll not be able to achieve the end of the SDGs just because they're not seeing the progress in their households. So while the government is saying, yes, we achieve maybe 18% of the SDGs, but the people are saying, no, we may not be able to achieve the end due to what they're experiencing at the community level. They may have their own reasons, and I've also tried to triangulate. So it's a perspective that we all have to bear at the moment. So in terms of the key engagement areas, moving forward, what should we do? As civil society organizations looking at the challenges, we feel that some of the key engagement areas in terms of data is at the coordination level of each of the SDGs. It could be MIP 1 or Malawi 2063. We believe that the data should be the center of the discussions. Last time during the peer and coordination groups, it was noted that even the government was not able to produce data. For example, if the Minister of Local Government and Civic Education was saying, no, in terms of the outcomes, we have convened 20 civic education meetings. But then that is just at output level. What is the change that we have seen? Can we translate that in terms of information? Can we change that into data? If you have conducted those ones, what are really monitoring on the ground? So that's the message that to advance, that even in government, there are also capacity gaps in terms of reporting. As CSOs, we need to be reporting on what happened after an intervention. As government, they also need to report on what happened after an intervention. For example, if we're talking about civic education, what has changed in the communities because of that civic education? So I think we need to reflect on that. Even if we're doing joint implementation of programs in the technical working groups, all these groups, let's talk about that so that at the end of the day, we're able to monitor together in terms of what is going on. Then the issue of resources for generating data, we do get some funding from different donors, but what I've noted is not all the donors are willing to invest more in the data. So at the end of the day, yes, we have collected information, but maybe we needed to get a deeper understanding of that information. Unfortunately, most of the donors are not able to look at that aspect. So just report superficially in terms of what is happening, but would rather want to have a deep understanding of the results that are coming out on the ground. Then the other aspect has to do with the decentralized monitoring and evaluation systems. We are glad at one point that we had the M&D officers in each of the districts. So I'm not sure now if we still have those, but if we have, that's a plus. But if we don't have, can we have them back? And further to that, we'd like to have such systems going further to the area development committees and even to the village development committees, so that we're able to capture all the data. We believe that if we do that, we can have data for each and every area, and the NSO will be able to also publish some information through those processes. But because of maybe capacity challenges within the government, as alluded to earlier, that maybe the M&D department may not be able to be fully financed. So that is creating a gap in terms of the challenges that we experience in terms of collecting data at the community, district, and even at the national level. Now, from us as civil society organizations, moving forward, we feel that the NSO, maybe together with the development partners, should convene maybe training sessions on how to manage data. Because at the end of the day, we want to have harmonized processes. So maybe we can work together on that to see how we can organize such conferences. We are also looking at data conferences each and every year. We are proposing annual, so we can have data conference at the district level. And after we've done those data conferences, then we may have, those may feed into a national conference on the data. So I believe that if we do that, we'll be able to take data serious, unlike the position that we have now. And also maybe as civil society organizations, we'd rather want to have a data depository for us as CSOs, so that even the government can check what is coming out from the CSOs. So I believe that government, through NSO and also maybe through the development partners, you can help us have that data depository within the CSO, so that when you want to capture some information for a particular area, then you do that. Why is that important? It's because NGOs are all over the country. They're in the communities, they're always collecting data, they're doing monitoring. So whatever they find, they can be deposited. Of course, that can be done technically with the support from the relevant institutions. And maybe the last one would be to have the National Planning Commission vetting strategic plans for the civil society organizations. Because now we are looking at working together in terms of collecting information, implementing programs. So we are proposing that even when the NGOs are developing their strategic plans, may NPC or maybe Department of Economic Planning vet those strategic plans. And also we are looking at maybe the EP&T and maybe NPC to help us use the form that they use for collecting information. Why we are saying that is because when we are doing the peer and coordination meetings, what is clear is that on the government part, they're pursuing some 16s. But on the part of the CSOs, which are more than 1,500 as we speak, in terms of the ones registered with Kongoma, we also want them to feed into that 60. So that when the government is reporting that this is what we are achieving at national level, it's also incorporating the information from the CSOs. So maybe we can use the same tool that the government is using through NPC or APNT, so that when we are generating that information, we know that it's not only the CSOs that are analyzing, but that data is going straight to the government system, and then that can be counted in terms of what is coming out from the community. So in a brief, Madam Chair, thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much for this overview and for bringing the perspective of the CSOs into the data conversation. Just picking up some calls for action that you have mentioned, Mr. Smignala. We need improved resources. We need to direct more resources from donors, development partners, the government for the issue of data, and we need enhanced harmonization. This has been mentioned across the three presentations. Thank you very much for that. And I would just want to launch one question for the three of you very briefly. We have mentioned the topic, and particularly Mr. Sis has mentioned the open data. How can we make sure that the data that is collected is also received and informs the communities at the local level? How can we communicate the data in a way that is not so technical, in a way that it's understandable by everyone? And I will give you 2 minutes each to reply to this question. Maybe Mr. Sis, would you like to start?
Yeah, I think this is, as I at the beginning mentioned, that data should not be only for professionals, but it should be also, who are living with us, because we are serving them by using that data. And then it will help also to address some questions what you raised, because you are getting, by talking to people, communicating with them. And one of the things is we are not yet there, but what I told that 2022, we made scoping analysis of all existing management information system. Now we want to go further with the government, in particular with the PND. We want to establish harmonized, national harmonized management information system. I think once that will come, there will be a lot of opportunity to make data more open. The even original people can go and look what we are doing there as a country, not as a UN or as a government or civic society organizations, but in general, all of us. Just one thing, other day when I was in the National Steering Committee on National Statistical System, Commissioner mentioned that there was signed MOU with the NGOs. I applauded it. Huh? Being developed. So Malawi is doing good progress to address to your issue in order to have more communication with NGOs.
Thank you very much. You can pass the mic to them directly.
I think you'll be the last. So thank you so much. The challenge we have in Malawi is the culture of secrecy. So we feel that maybe if you have some good paper, then not many people should access it. So the first point is let's disseminate the information. In my submission, I talked about M&D officers at the district level, even at the area development level, even at the VDC level. So that's very important. We can also use these structures to disseminate the information that has come out. As I said, the data is being generated every time. So we can be synchronizing that data, sharing with these officers at the district level. Then they can collect the data and also disseminate the information that is coming out from the national level. And also I wanted to point out one thing in terms of the digital divide in Malawi, and the gadgets that we're using. So most of the information is on the internet, and only 20% in Malawi maybe can access that information through the internet. So what about my grandmother somewhere in the rural area? They cannot be able to check the information. So I guess there should be other tools that we can use as a country to help disseminate that information beyond the digital systems that we use, for example, the internet, and so on and so forth. Then another way we can use, I guess, is translating those research findings into very simple language, which the communities can understand. So possibly translating and also interpreting them, maybe half page, but I know it's difficult. Some of this is scientific, but you can find a way because the data has to inform the citizens, not just the scientists. It has to inform the citizens in terms of the action that they have to take. So I guess that we can find a way of trying to collect that information, look at it, and also translate it so that everyone in Malawi can be able to capture what we are saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Alik.
Thank you so much, Madeleine. Okay. NSO operates an open data system. That data is freely available to whoever needs it, either by demand or you can get it from the website. Apart from that, most of our survey results, the results are sent to the districts, and also dissemination workshop are carried out throughout the country. A good example would be the census 2018. We produce reports that are there at district council level and on our website. These reports are at the constituency level. So we produce 193 reports for each constituency, meaning the engagement would be there between the populace and us. They can get whatever they want from the constituency reports that way it worked. The other issue maybe would be for us to get rid of the red tape and bureaucracy that is there when you want to get information from the district council, MDAs. They normally tell you that this person is not around to authorize just mere data for the ministry. I think I stand there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I have been just informed that there is an announcement to be done. So if anyone can please pass the mic to Mr. Assis for this announcement.
Yes, this is a pleasure for me to make announcement. Government of Malawi hosting 9th conference on population, Africa population. So if you are watching your local TV, you will see their advertisement, May 20, May 24. Here is, we are organizing 9th African Population Conference. A lot of researchers are coming, not only from Africa, from whole world, and they are about exactly what we are talking. There will be a lot of evidence to learn from others, and by saying it, I am inviting all of you, please register and participate there. And also we are together as Malawians, we are organizing Malawi Day, special day to show to who are coming about warm heart of Africa. Since you are interested on data, please register and participate. 9th African Conference on Population, May 2024, BICC. Welcome.
Wonderful, excellent announcement. Excellent, May 2024. And we were talking about knowledge exchange before. This is an excellent opportunity to do so. I would like to, before, I know that you must be very hungry and need a coffee, but I wanted to open the floor to some questions that you might have for the panelists. I'm seeing a hand here, please.
Thank you, all the presenters, the panelists. Have specific comments to to the CSOs and NGOs. And in fact, first one on the positive note, it's important indeed what you raised, that whatever survey or data collected is disseminated to the rural people and in local languages. Like at UNFPA, NSO also agree with the population census, the findings, which are collected even at GA level. What we often do, we put even a budget to disseminate and make the chiefs aware. The number, the population is aggregated by age, by sex. They should know how many youth are there. It helps in planning, even knowing where facilities are, schools are, the interpretation of that data. So the point you raised is indeed very valid, that whatever data is collected, disseminated even to the lower level. But what I'm also seeing is you need to have further collaboration, the CSOs, NGOs, and partners like NSO. This is becoming evident from what I even observed yesterday when the government was saying one of the milestones on the SDGs is to have at most of the SDGs achieved. We should have put in brackets there 9 out of 17 or 90 out of 169 targets. Then I've seen it to NGOs now stating that people are saying none of the SDGs will be achieved. At a higher level, it should be qualified. Which people are these? Is it both rural? Is it both in urban and what? Then you are also saying most donors are not interested in funding data. But we have just the evidence of the data from the Malawi Population and Housing Census. Many donors forward in partnership with the government and supported the Population and Housing Census. The harmonization which Dr. Aziz is just referring to about the data systems, the donors came there right in front. So if you further collaborate with the government, with UN partners, the statement to say most donors are not interested in investing in data, you may find that it's not completely valid. So I just want to promote further collaboration and as data experts, the way we use things like most. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So that question will be for Kongoma. I saw another hand there, here, over there, and we had an old hand from there. So please.
Okay, thank you, the panelists. So first of all, my comment to UN. Maybe for the first time, we had a consultative workshop, UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, which local councils were involved. And I think most of us were not aware that this exists. So that was really good. So even moving forward, that should be promoted. Even for some UN agencies, this time when they were developing the country strategies, they involved councils. I remember UNDP, is it UNICEF or WFP, they even came to local councils so that they should be able to see what is in our DGPs, so that whatever is happening there is also responding to the needs. That's very commendable and should be promoted to all UN agencies. To NSO, of course, yeah, you mentioned that data is also segregated according to constituencies, according to tiers as well. But sometimes as councils, we face challenges accessing this data. We know that there are officers, and sometimes when we request, they don't come or they don't come in time, not only for the population census, but we believe for all other surveys, if that data can be made available. Because for us, it helps in terms of decision making, because we're not performing well in terms of indicators, that's where we can invest more so that at least there's that balance, and when we're able to achieve the SDGs. Lastly, to the NCSOs, you mentioned the issue of data and the like. As of now, councils, we do have economists, so that should be taken note of. And in terms of data needs, one thing that I wanted to point out, that sometimes the challenges that we find with CSOs, it's like the donors, okay, that's what the CSO says, that our donors have specific data needs, but but as a district, we also have certain data needs. So sometimes they don't correlate. It's like we'll be reporting what our donors want instead of what the district want. But we believe when a project is coming to a district, they're supposed to respond to the needs of the district, irrespective of what the data wants. So sometimes there's that issue. And also,
Madam, I need to ask you to wrap up the
okay,
question.
lastly, the issue of maybe owning the data. Sometimes what happens is that what is the data being used for? Is it to inform something, or sometimes it's just to say that they would want to say that we've done this, and sometimes what they're reporting on, that maybe we've read to improvement in maybe water coverage, you find that indicates that it's not only them that have contributed. So sometimes uses of data is what maybe makes us district not maybe to give data anyhow, because sometimes they'll just say we were implementing this project and everything that has happened is because of our effort, yet there are many players that contributed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think this is going to be the last question due to time restrictions, but we can continue with the discussion over the coffee break.
All right,
Please.
thank you. To NSO, are you able to abstract data from the public reform sector system, the reporting system of the public sector? Because as district councils, we have aligned our reform areas to the thematic area, which as well have been aligned to the SDGs. So as NSO, are you able to abstract that data? And what's your basic analysis of that data? Okay.
Thank you very much. And as I mentioned, we need to stop here with the questions. We are already 10 minutes delayed. So very briefly, if in 1 minute, you can reply to these questions, 1 minute.
Thanks a lot for appreciation UN system, and UN system is communicating with all of you, and we are adjusting. We want to be more inclusive what we are doing. Another additional thing for cooperation framework, we also did orientation of districts with the PND on new national population policy last year. In order to use it, population should be integrated district planners, because district planners is for people, not for reporting. So thanks a lot, and please be proactive when UN system is coming to you, opening your door, okay? And the same feedback, you can contact us anytime. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just like to one issue that most of the donors. So when I said that, I was looking at the donors that are funding NGOs. When you tell them that, can we recruit an M&E officer? They'll say, no, under this budget, under this project, you cannot do that. I know there are other categories, international NGOs, because their capacity is well built, they may be able to recruit that. But looking at the local NGOs, most of them struggling, they have gotten funding, and then they say, okay, can we recruit an M&E officer? They say, no, for now you cannot do that. So they have to use maybe the executive director or other staff who are not really experienced in terms of that area. So I just wanted to make that kind of clarity. I'm also thankful for the information that now in the councils of the economists, which is very important. From us as assessors, we really want to work with the government and all the 16s. So please, when you are doing the planning and whatever, involve us, because we're also in the same sector that we're implementing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And final reply.
Thank you. The first question.
Please, the mic.
Where we're saying whether you can have data at CTA and consistent level. In most of our surveys, the reporting level is at district level, because we carry out in samples. We don't do the whole census for the whole district. So we can only expand from a district level, not at tier level. That's why we have data reported at district level. And other one, I didn't really get the question from this gentleman, so I'll engage him at the break.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for these replies. Unfortunately, we are running late, and I'm sure that everyone wants to get the coffee, but I really encourage you approach the panelists and to ask your questions, because data is usually the elephant in the room. And it is very important for local and for national development to keep track and to keep updated the databases. So I'm going to close the session here. Thank you once again for contributions, and thank you for the very interactive and interesting discussion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, now we should go for tea break. But before we proceed to take our refreshments, maybe we should just go in the wall behind. That's where we'll take the group photo. And also for those maybe who haven't submitted the registration forms, you can bring them forth to planning. So let's just proceed, take a photo, and then we can get our refreshments.
Hello, colleagues. I hope everyone's enjoying their coffee. We're going to get started with the next session to try to get you all to lunch on time and have enough time for our breakout working sessions today. So this next session, we're going to be discussing the VLR preparatory process, overview of approaches, milestones, and deliverables. So to put this in context, as discussed earlier, the voluntary local reviews are technically unofficial, and because of that, a lot of different guidance and tips have come about organically from different cities, districts, municipalities, and associations' experiences. So there's a really rich body of evidence and guidance about what works well to make a voluntary local review not only effective, again, as a monitoring and reviewing tool, but as a tool for contributing to future work, to feeding into evidence-based policy, to improving decision-making processes for policies, processes, for budgets, because there really is a lot of potential to use the VLR process to feed into better multi-level governance. So today we'll be sharing 3 different guidelines from the United Nations with different guidance about conducting a VLR, and then we'll take questions from the audience. Just to introduce everyone who will be speaking, I'll be presenting UNDESA's global guiding elements for voluntary local reviews of SDG implementation. This is a wide global guide about basically the structure and format of the voluntary. This will be followed by a presentation from Ms. Lusungu Kayani, my colleague from the UNECA. She's the Social Affairs Officer, and will present the Africa Voluntary Reviews Guideline virtually. So that will be more specific to the region, and it will incorporate some lessons learned from within the region and based on the context and regional policies. And thirdly, we'll have a presentation from my colleague, Ms. Claudia Garcia Zaragoza, from the UN Habitat on the action-oriented voluntary local review methodology. So this really focuses on that element of how the VLRs can support future actions and policies going forward. Thank you. So to begin, the global guiding elements for voluntary local reviews. VLRs and the global monitoring framework. The VLRs are not officially part of the HLPF, but they have been discussed in many negotiations of the HLPF review, and they are mentioned in important documents and agreements, including the President's Summary of the 2020 HLPF, and they are a useful tool for local commitments to the SDGs. Cities and regions are represented at the annual and local and regional governments forum, which is UNDESA's special event to the HLPF. So that's another opportunity for these presentations. There is also an annual International Mayors Forum hosted by some of our colleagues at the UN. So that's another opportunity for VLRs to present, and also other elements of SDG localization. Several UN regional commissions incorporate findings from the VLRs into their regional forums for sustainable development. So some of you might have heard about or even been involved in the recent African Regional Sustainable Development Forum. And that included, I think, this past Monday, a session about local and regional governments that I think my colleague from ECA might be able to tell you a little bit more about as well. That forum takes place every year. The DESA Global Guiding for VLRs, minimum, and also provide a checklist of the issue review processes. And it is aimed at fostering a dialogue between VNRs and VLRs where applicable to get that coordination. Connecting VNRs with VLRs. So this is a valuable source of feedback and information and data for the VNR process. It helps foster coherence and coordination among national and local efforts. It enhances stakeholder engagement and awareness about the SDGs at the subnational level. It helps to amplify the voices of the poor and people living in vulnerable situations, including those who are most likely to be left behind. And it can highlight innovative local resource mobilization solutions. It really is a great platform for highlighting those very promising practices at local levels that can be shared with other municipalities facing similar situations. The VLRs can help enrich the VNRs. Cities and local governments are providers of basic services such as housing, health, education, water, and sanitation, which are critical to everybody. Hence, VLRs provide a fuller picture of SDG implementation and what are the real challenges on the ground. They showcase and bring forward some scalable solutions, and they help in assessing some of the vertical and horizontal inequalities within a country. So what we mean by that is ensuring that there's coordination vertically between the different districts or provinces and the national government, as well as inequalities across different districts. It helps bring to light potential issues that way. So in terms of DESA's capacity building, our team provides global peer learning workshops in cities and regions just like this one. So this is a service that we provide to support capacity building. And we also have a voluntary local review series where we've included activities such as stakeholder engagement, integrating the SDGs into strategies, plans, and budgets, monitoring and data indicators, SDGs as a shared language for peer learning, targeted support for individual governments and municipalities and cities. And DESA capacity building support is demand driven. As you know, with this workshop, this was one that was requested by Malawi, and we're so thrilled to work with governments that are really keen to conduct further activities in SDG localization and voluntary local reviews. So these are just a few examples. In terms of other activities we have coming up, there's the International Mayors Forum, which my colleague will discuss a bit more tomorrow. And we're always interested in discussing further follow-up activities. Thank you very much. With that, I hand it over to my colleague, Ms. Lusungu Kayani, Social Affairs Officer of the UN Economic Commission for Africa. Lusungu, you can share your screen.
Thank you so much, Lana, and hello to everyone in the room. I hope I'm audible. My connection's a little bit funny, but I just wanted to put my video on to say hi to the room, and I will get started in my presentation. Lana, I hope everyone can hear me in the room. Yes, okay. All right. Again, my name is Lusungu Kayani. Thank you again for inviting ECA to this very important workshop on localization. And on behalf of my colleagues in the urbanization and development section at ECA, I am pleased to share a short presentation on the Africa Regional Voluntary Local Review Guidelines. Now, first, just to get started, I wanted to present some background on the guidelines and how they came to be. And for those who aren't familiar, so we're all on the same page, these guidelines were actually the result of a specific request from African member states in the region to provide a common template for conducting a voluntary local review. And the request came during one of our Africa Regional Forums for Sustainable Development that Lana just alluded to back in 2020. And as Lana mentioned, we're actually, as ECA, in the middle of the regional forum now. And this past week, we actually started the forum on Monday with a workshop, a VLR workshop that takes place every year, where we have experiences coming in from across the region on both of the processes. And we've been hearing of some really terrific local review experiences from across the region. Just to get back to this slide, is the guidelines were, as I mentioned, requested by member states. And when they were requested in 2020, they were, the member states wanted to further VLR production in the region by helping to provide a common template to help foster local ownership and commitments to both Agenda 2030 and the regional Agenda 2063 on the Africa we want. The guidelines were meant to provide a common approach in identifying local actions to address some of the gaps being seen in SDG implementation. Now, the guidelines, when they were developed, did not only draw from best experiences in the world at the time, but also from the 5 regional pilot voluntary local reviews that were initially supported by ECA. And those included reviews from the city of Accra in Ghana, from Victoria Falls and Harare in Zimbabwe, from Ngora district in Uganda, and from Yaoundé in Cameroon. In the last 5 years, just by way of background, the voluntary local review process, we've witnessed a phenomenal increase in the number of reviews produced in the region. From Egypt to South Africa, more and more reviews are being conducted, and the list is growing daily. At the regional forum this week, as I mentioned, we've been hearing from a variety of experiences, and we heard from countries like Uganda, who we supported their first review, but now the country has reported that there are currently 20 ongoing reviews taking place in Uganda and Zimbabwe and Ghana. The government at the national level has set up SDG steering committees that have cascaded the production of reviews across all local governments and districts in the country. So they're really seeing the benefit of local reviews and how they're helping to enhance the voluntary national reviews and providing this fuller story of SDG implementation at the national level. And I'm sure you've been discussing a lot about this over the last day and a half in the workshop. Now, in an effort to support the process of VLR production in the region, the template that is provided in the guideline is meant to be simple, easy to follow, and includes a set of guiding questions within each section to help along each step of the review. There's also an annex that's included in the guidelines, which includes a number of tools like stakeholder mapping and policy alignment guides. I know after this session, there'll be some stakeholder mapping that takes place. So I hope some of these tools, which are complementary to the DESA tools and the Habitat tools, to be presented following my presentation. And again, these are all guides and they're for your use, but of course, can be adapted and customized according to the local context. Now, to begin a VLR process, the guidelines also present some guiding principles. A few key ones are displayed here, relating to the process of the review and not just a focus on the product. The need for stakeholder engagement has been made by my colleague from DESA, and in terms of conducting a voluntary local review. And this stakeholder engagement is something that is emphasized in the guidelines, and these guidelines and other tools at all levels, especially by connecting with the often marginalized or left behind groups. And this, as we know, is where data and evidence is often scarce and where the gaps may be most evident when it comes to the sustainable development. The key objectives of the VLRs is, of course, to ensure that the results are feeding into the national review processes, as I mentioned before, and complement national level reporting. And this is to increase the transparency and accountability in overall SDG implementation. So the guidelines themselves, the template that we've proposed recommends a phased approach. And there are 3 phases suggested, but I would say that these 3 phases are complemented by a pre-VLR phase and a post-VLR phase. And these phases aren't strictly distinct from one another. They sort of run into each other, and some of the activities that take place in one phase may continue going until the lifetime of production of the VLR. So the pre-VLR phase may be where various local governments in Malawi are in the moment, in terms of this is the time when they're expressing their interest to conduct a review and maybe engaging in developing a localization study or carrying out a survey to capture inputs on ongoing actions from local community stakeholders and the local government body to understand who and how the SDGs are being addressed. And through their work, through their programming, and also this pre-VLR phase is a time to reflect on the budget and resources to be allocated towards a review. These activities move into phase 1, where there may be some further review on how local policies, strategies, plans, and programs are responding to SDGs. This is where I was mentioning the policy alignment. So looking at how the local development plans are connected to the national development plans, which are often already mapped out to the SDGs, and then thinking about how local policies, but as well as local stakeholders and who is implementing certain activities that are prioritizing SDGs. This is also a time to think about which organizations may be collecting relevant data. Beyond just the statistics office, there could be other civil society groups or academic institutions locally that are data gatekeepers that may need to be involved in the process. And also this time during the pre-VLR and phase 1 of the VLR is a time to think about the institutional mechanism of who will lead the VLR, how it will be coordinated, will it be through steering committees, local steering committees, how will the local government work with other stakeholders in getting inputs, how the drafting will be done. So these are all sort of preparatory steps that take place in the first phase. Some of the key outputs from this phase are the stakeholder mapping and engagement plan, the policy alignment, and then the drafting of a work plan or roadmap to see what steps need to be done to get to the completion of the review. Phase 2 is really around prioritizing now which goals will be reviewed. Will it be all 17? Will it be specific goals? And also looking at the localized, if there are localized indicators, how to localize indicators. I'm sure Claudia will touch on the UN Habitat Global Urban Monitoring Framework, which helps to look at the urban-related indicators and SDG 11 indicators and as a step to help thinking about prioritization. And some outputs from this phase are thinking about or mapping out the quantitative and qualitative data collection instruments, including the spatial data that will be used in conducting the review, and also looking at the data itself with stakeholders to see where there's some kind of progress and where there's still challenges that remain. Phase 3 is more around the actual production of the VLR, presentation of the VLR to stakeholders at some kind of local forum to ensure that inputs there's a time to gather more inputs into the draft document. And then, of course, the final steps involved in publishing the VLR and launching it at a local or national capacity. And then the post-VLR, which is probably the most critical, is looking at how the outputs or the findings in the local review are integrated in the national review process, and how local actions that have been identified in the review are financed and actually implemented. And then there's a chance to present the local reviews at the regional forums like RFSD that I mentioned, HLPF in July, and other localization events. So like this workshop and learning from experiences from other local governments who've gone through a review, or being able to share your experience with when, you know, as other local governments decide to engage in the process. This final slide is just an illustration of this three-phase process that I just outlined, looking at sort of some of the key milestones of each of the phases and showing that stakeholder engagement and peer learning are happening on a continual process and should be happening and feeding each step along the way of the review. Again, this is just this Africa Voluntary Local Review Guideline. It's just a tool and something to get you started. And I remain available for some questions after Lana.
Great. Thank you so much, Lusungu, for that very informative session. Also for addressing some very important regional components, such as, you know, linking this with the context and with important documents like Agenda 2063, and also for highlighting those components of peer-to-peer learning and of monitoring and evaluation moving forward. With that, I hand it over to Claudia of UN Habitat to present the action-oriented VLR methodology.
Thank you, Lana, and hello again. I have prepared a very short presentation that I hope it can come up to the screen. But briefly introducing the topic of my presentation and being it truly complementary to what Lana and Lusungu have presented. We're seeing that voluntary local reviews can be approached and can be developed for different purposes. And actually one of the first questions that should be reflected upon and that should be assessed at the local level is, what is the aim of my voluntary local review? What are we using this report for? And we should not forget that this SDG report should also be considered as an assessment. And this was mentioned yesterday within the UNDP push tool, that reports and review exercises should be considered as a push for development and for progress. And that was also the intention of this action-oriented approach for voluntary local reviews. If we can go to the next slide, please. Just to mention that in UN Habitat, the headquarters are based in Nairobi, as I have mentioned to some of you, and we have 4 priorities. One of these priorities is SDG localization. And the role of voluntary local reviews for SDG localization is critical because it can be a very good starting point to reflect upon the progress in city and to think about what strategies should cities and local governments do to continue the progress on SDG localization. And also, of course, that priority relates with the others. So the benefits of voluntary local reviews, as you can see on the screen, are different, and these benefits have been mentioned previously in the sessions. I'm not going to go through them, but let's just remember, this is not only a reporting exercise. It can go way beyond the data collection and the reporting itself. It can support the review of strategic plannings and policy coherence, increase participation and awareness raising of the civil society of your communities actually on sustainable development. So not only on the SDGs, but also for them to understand what are the different councils, what are the different districts doing for their development. It is a great tool for transparency and accountability, multi-level coordination, and international networking and positioning of cities. And Lusungu was sharing before a great outlook of the different voluntary local reviews that have been developed and that are being developed in the continent. Over 300 VLRs have been published since 2016, And VLRs are really a process led and done by cities. However, UN Habitat in coordination with UNDESA, with UNECA, as well as the other regional commissions, has supported 24 voluntary local reviews and is currently supporting 12 more. And this experience, let me also address one point. We are seeing in the map some of the dots of the places that have developed VLRs. And the work actually of the UN here is to support, to fill the empty areas in the map. So we are actually supporting those local governments that do not have the knowledge, do not have the resources, the capacities to develop these reviews. We are actually facilitating this process so they can continue doing more VLRs in the future. And based on this experience of the over 300 VLRs that have been published and the ones that have been facilitated, there were some common questions, frequent questions that were asked. Some of the questions that are on the screen: what do I need to do to develop a VLR? Where do I start from? What can I do to go from a reporting exercise to an action-oriented process? And what comes after the voluntary local review? And these were very valid questions that for a while were researched, were discussed. And if we go to the next slide, we kind of managed to give them a short, brief answer, general one. But recently we published a methodology to orient the voluntary local reviews towards action. There is a QR code in the screen in case you want to scan this methodology, but this is really a step-by-step process that has been developed based on regional and global guidelines on voluntary local reviews, based on all of the experience and based on the demands of cities. If we go to the next slide, I would like to break down in a way what is a definition of a voluntary local review and connect it with the point on action. If we go to the next slide, voluntary local reviews are an assessment of a territory's progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Let me stop here and focus on the word assessment. What do we mean by assessment? Assessing in this case, it is a process that has been defined by different guidelines, by different methodologies, such as the one that are on the screen, the ones that have been presented by Lana and Lusungu. Assessment is a review of the SDG indicators, of national indicators and local indicators for progress, and analyze where do territories stand towards this SDG progress. This assessment should not be something separate from the current assessments that cities, municipalities in Malawi are doing. Actually, they should be complemented and they should be harmonized. And Lusungu mentioned briefly the Global Urban Monitoring Framework in her presentation. The Global Urban Monitoring Framework is just a harmonized framework of urban indicators that exist at the global level. The intention of this framework is just to facilitate the work on collecting data. It offers a list of indicators that are relevant for urban contexts, for local contexts, and it also offers some indications on how to measure the progress on those indicators. If we go to the next slide and continue with the definition of what is a voluntary local review, we said that is an assessment about the progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. Progress in this case means the local trends over time. Some voluntary local reviews look from, it starts from a baseline of 2 years before the review was conducted to analyze if the trends are positive or negative after a certain period of time. And then based on that progress, there is an analysis that can be done of what are the local priorities based on the sustainable gaps that exist, and what is needed to bridge those gaps, what is needed to achieve those priorities. So that is what we mean by progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. And if we go to the next slide, we are seeing the last part of this definition of what a voluntary local review is, which is that the assessment and the progress should be accompanied by strategic plans to enhance future progress. And this is actually the part that looks into the action, that looks into the next steps, building on the assessment, building on the information collected for the report. And for this point on connected with the strategic plans and enhanced future progress, we've seen that when BLRs are connected to initiatives, to projects, to policies, they are much more informative than the ones that do not really connect with what is happening in the territory. They provide the real story of that city or local territory. They are evidence-based, meaning that we are moving from a collection of data, a collection of updated, relevant, and we are then informing the strategic policies based on that data. Hence, we think that it's also good to see BLRs as a problem-solving statement of territories in which the challenges are analyzed, but also the opportunities are outlined for territories. Next slide, please. And as part of the methodology and as part of the facilitation that has been done and the science that has been created around voluntary local reviews, some work steps have been outlined to support the VLR process. Because sometimes it is very difficult to understand where do we start from. And actually, there was a question yesterday that was launched on what is the first step towards for the initiation of a voluntary local review. And for these work steps, we go really from the inception to actually the process of what comes after the voluntary local review. And it is actually very similar to what Lusungo has presented before in the phases. If we go to the next slide, I just want to highlight here how the work steps are aligned with some tracks. And in the identification of tracks, we try to understand which were the elements that guided voluntary local reviews. And we came with the conclusion that there are three important elements to develop action-oriented BLRs. The first one is the data. Data and information is the first step, and it's critical to develop and inform the BLRs. And that one is the one that is color-coded as blue. So in the work steps, all the blue circles that you see are the ones that are associated with the data track. The second track is the stakeholder engagement one. It's we can collect data, we can create information, but we really need to include stakeholders and to include communities. First, to collect data, citizen-generated data, but also to understand their views for the strategic vision of the city. And the third one is the strategic action track, which is the one that really the added value of the action-oriented component. And in the next slide, we can see also some of the tools that have been developed to support the development of voluntary local reviews. Some of these tools are open sourced, others are yet not available online, but can be disseminated if there is the interest. There are two tools for the data collection. One that is an indicators alignment tool that aligns global indicators with the existing indicators for sustainable development at the national and local levels. And the city scan tool. The city scan tool is a participatory method to collect data on a territory. It works through the COBO toolbox, and it's a process in which citizens can go with their own phone and track points related to data collection in their own cities. As part of the stakeholder engagement, we have a tool for stakeholder engagement that looks at the mapping, that looks also at the questionnaire for SDG progress that can be used in some of the stakeholder engagement forums. And the final one looks into a table that offers recommendations that are action-oriented. And here I would like to stress one point, which is an action-oriented recommendation. It's not a general statement. It should be a real and concise and measurable plan for the different gaps that were identified in the SDG progress. Next slide, please. And next. Okay, no, please let's go back. So here are some of the examples of what this strategic action track looks like, and some of the ideas for you to know how the VLR can be connected to broader processes. The first one is that it provides strategic recommendations to advance on sustainable progress. It can also be used to review existing policies and initiatives. And this is, for example, something that was done in the city of Agadir in Morocco. The review of the strategic plan was done at the same time and in parallel to the VLR process. And this facilitated the connection of the new strategic plan with the SDGs. Then also in terms of visioning and prioritization, of course, we have a clear and very realistic snapshot of where the city stands. And if this has been done in a participatory way, we also have a vision that is owned by the citizens. So the VLR can provide a really good exercise for visioning and prioritization. Then for implementation, I wanted to share one example. In the city of Tunisia, in the Noor, the VLR contains an annex that you can more or less see on the screen with a recapitulation of projects into the SDGs. These projects came out of the needs that were identified in the voluntary local review. And I think there were some 50, 60 projects, and then they identified the SDGs that are linked to each of these projects. And then as a next step, for example, this list of projects is going to be presented to different donors, to different development partners for funding. So it's a way of connecting planning, assessment with finance. And finally, a point that has been reiterated before, the first VLR should just be an entry point, and it should be followed by implementation and by future reviews. Next slide. I just want to close the presentation highlighting the point of the global peer learning and the global community that is kind of generated by the voluntary local reviews, because cities share the same problems, most of them. And the SDGs become a global language to exchange on these problems and to exchange on these opportunities. And as part of the advocacy and political engagement that the United Nations in general is facilitating, and it's facilitating spaces for cities and for local governments to participate in these exchanges. The regional forums, the high-level political forums have been shared before, and I just wanted to complement them with the World Urban Forum, which is the UN Forum on Urbanization and on urbanization issues. And this upcoming edition will happen in Cairo, in Egypt, in November. So you are all welcome to participate in that session, in that forum that will have a particular focus on the issue of localization. And then finally, the SDG Cities Global Community and the Local 2030 Coalition are also two UN platforms that facilitate the knowledge exchange in between cities, and in which I guess that Lana and Lilongwe join me here. We will be more than welcome to also confer these spaces for all of you. If we go to the next, I think it's some examples of these global communities and exchanges of practices. And the next one, I think it's the final one. So I hope that this has been informative, and we encourage you to really keep in mind this idea of the VLR process. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great. Thank you so much, Claudia, for that very informative presentation. I just wanted to highlight a few key takeaways there. I think this tool demonstrated a lot of very concrete solutions to making VLRs proactive. In particular, some points addressing data and stakeholder engagement, that the tool has different specific tools for indicator alignment, using those indicators that are already collected and examining them, and ensuring that engaged community members take more ownership over what's happening by engaging those stakeholders, and ultimately having action-oriented recommendations that not only discuss how things are, but also examine how things can be. So thank you both for those excellent presentations. We have about 10 minutes for Q&A, so I'd like to invite Claudia to come take a seat at the table. Lusungu, please stay online. I think I'll take about a few questions, maybe 3 questions together, and then we'll have brief responses from each of the speakers. So any questions, please? Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for that. My question is on the localization. You mentioned that you give the opportunity for people to trace the SDG progress. Now I'm interested in the rural urban divide, whereby smartphones are not very common, but the systems are very more into, as someone said about the more into websites and all that. So I don't know how best can we try to trickle it down to people maybe who don't have smartphone, but at least they have a phone, but maybe not smartphone, like the USSDs and all that.
Excellent question. Do we have 1 or 2 more questions before we address? Please.
Yes, you're calling it a local, voluntary local review. And one of the first steps you're calling it the expression of interest. Is it the city expressing interest to who? Is it to you, or to the UN, or is it to who? And we are coming from different districts here. Who is to express the interest? Is it the national office, or is it the district, or the city itself? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question. We'll come back to it. I think there's different approaches in different countries. Do we have 1 or 2 more questions? Please.
Of course, you have mentioned the number of tools which you are supposed to use. So you mentioned, I think, 4 or 5. Are we supposed to use all of them, or maybe there is choice you can make? Maybe you choose action-oriented and you leave the rest. Yeah, maybe you choose action-oriented and you leave the rest. Is it that you are supposed to use all of them, the tools?
Yeah. Thank you very much for that question. So I think we'll answer those 3 and maybe take a couple more if time allows. So the first addressed was regarding tracking SDG progress, and given that there's this rural-urban divide, making sure that there's this trickle down of SDG assessment and information. Secondly, it was a question about VLR's expression of interest. What does that mean? And thirdly, how to approach these different guidelines. So I'm going to invite each of you to respond in a minute or 2. I think perhaps, I think for number 1, regarding the tracking SDG progress, perhaps Claudia can focus on that, and Lusungu can focus on the expressions of interest. I'll focus on the third, but you're welcome to address all 3. So Claudia, let's start with you.
Thank you, and indeed, it's a very important question, the one of how do we localize without leaving anyone behind, and particularly addressing the digital divide. I was mentioning one tool that it's actually digitalized, the one of tracking progress, but it's only one, and I wanted to give 2 more examples that are completely offline. The first one is in terms of localization, a key process would be translating the SDGs to local languages. This should be a priority for first for the UN, because we want to reach communities, but also for the different national and local governments. And this was done, for example, in Tanzania. The SDGs were translated to the Maasai language, just to give an example. Then in most of the voluntary local reviews that the UN Habitat has facilitated, we encourage the celebration of stakeholder forums and community hearings. the stakeholder forums happen in person, and they gather the main representatives of different organizations and key stakeholders at the national and local levels to discuss the progress of the SDGs. And then the community hearings go more to the ward level. And in these ward level consultations, local authorities are able to capture the recommendations and to capture the let's say the main challenges that average citizens and local populations are experiencing. So indeed, I think that technology can be good to go to scale and to collect data in a different way, but we should never forget the traditional ways of collecting data, which is dialogue and which is participation. Thank you for the question.
Great, thank you very much. And Lusungu, please
Yeah.
feel free to turn.
Thank you for the questions, very important questions. And just quickly to complement what Claudia meant, the reviews offer a chance to elaborate on qualitative and quantitative data. So the qualitative discussions are really where the rich substances that you can glean from how there are gaps and the challenges, who's struggling. And this is where partnerships, I think, are super important. The partnerships you have with the stakeholders of the civil society, as I mentioned, academic institutions, with groups that are already, in touch with the groups you're trying to reach, the hardest to reach groups, the ones that may not be digitally connected. And they already have these ecosystems in place. So working with them and having them be sort of the conduit for reaching these groups is really critical. Now, the question around the expression of interest, who expresses interest, I think this may be to address two kinds of interest. I think there's one, the interest around conducting the local review itself, and that comes from the local government. There is that desire to, if there is that desire to conduct a review to see where the local government is in terms of SDG implementation. And that interest can be put forward to the national government, to local stakeholders, but it can also be put to the UN family, like UN Habitat, UN DESA, UNECA. We're also receiving targeted requests from governments to help them support the process and kind of get them started and share the variety of tools that are available. I think Lana will get into the next question, but we're here to help support the process, and everything we are producing is complementary and builds on each other's. So I think with that, I'll let Lana probably get more into the details of the third question that was presented. Over.
Great, thank you very much. And just to add a little bit to that last response, I wanted to note that different approaches have been taken in different countries to VLRs. So just to touch upon yesterday's presentation from South Africa, in their case, for example, they allowed the districts to submit expressions of interest and then assess them at the national level. So I think these are coordinated in different ways, but in short, I think no VLR happens without the drive and input of the local or regional government. So I think that initial expression of interest can lead into further discussions with partners and with the national government before proceeding. And then coming to this third question about which guidelines to use. So for context, there are a lot of different guidelines. We've touched upon 3, but I think there must be at least 20. The 3 we presented, I think, are the most relevant for the region and for Malawi. In terms of which to use, I think they each address some different components. So the global guiding elements is a very general guide about the structure, and it follows a similar structure to the VNRs. Then the ECA Economic Commission of Africa's guide provides more guidance on producing a VLR in the context of Africa and incorporating some of the important regional documents in context. And then the action-oriented guideline focuses on that element of how to use the VLR to produce recommendations that can lead to further action. So I think they can very much be used in conjunction. I don't think there's any conflict between them. I would recommend people to at least take a look at all three and take it from there. But that's what each of the guides provides. And I think we could take maybe one or two additional questions, if any. Any remaining questions? I see in the back, please.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation. Looking at the experience on how this VLR was implemented in South Africa, there was one problem that was mentioned, that's participation. There's low turnout in the engagement of participants. Now, looking at the presentation, step-by-step presentation of how VLR is conducted, I don't see anywhere that maybe that could be an issue as a practice in South Africa, but maybe that could be lessons learned. Did we learn anything from that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I see we have a question over here.
Looking at the guidelines, I was more interested in research. If I, as an individual, I conduct a research and I use my own resources, but at the end of the time, with my findings, if I present them to any NGO or government, they are lessly adopted. So I just want to know how can I make sure that the findings, the reviews, and be fully adopted by the government, the NGOs. Because I have this typical example from a certain student from MAST who did a research in Voluntary, where the place was prone to the disasters. Later, when the place was hit by the Cyclone Freddy, now we saw the paper circulating on social media. This was written some years back, but we know about it. So the information is there, but it's not adopted. So when we do the RS, the research, how can we make sure that it reaches a lot of people and organizations in the government?
Great, thank you very much for that excellent question. Do we have maybe one additional question we can take together? Please.
To what extent are you willing to help the councils, the local authorities throughout the process of VLR as UNDP?
Sorry, I want to make sure I heard correct. You said what are the data sources?
You're saying? To what extent
Hmm.
are you willing to assist the local authorities in the process of VLR?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we had three excellent questions there. The first was regarding how to use the VLR and how to have a step-by-step way to connect with participation, how to have full stakeholder engagement. A second question about research and how to ensure that all of the, the very intricate research that is taking place, how it can be taken on board in different practices, incorporating into findings and feed into informing people. And thirdly, what type of support is available and resources from the international community for VLRs. So I'd like to address the first question to, I'd address the first to Claudia and the second on research to Lusungu, and then I can take this at third. So Claudia, over to you.
Thank you. I'm happy that the question on participation has come up, because sometimes what we have seen is that it's something that is forgotten, because it's easier to do desk research, but it's not so easy to do consultations sometimes. So thank you for stressing that point. And I think that the participatory process should be transversal throughout the VLR process, because the inputs from local communities and stakeholders are relevant first for the prioritization of targets to be reviewed. For example, based on the priorities that communities have, the VLR should concentrate concentrate in certain SDGs or in others. Then the participation is also relevant for the data collection. As I was mentioning before, there are some methods, as you all probably know, to collect data directly from stakeholders. And this was mentioned in the data session, but this oftentimes it facilitates the existence of data when there are big gaps. And the third point will be to validate the data, to validate the outcomes of the report, and to suggest the recommendations for the future. So and then let's keep in mind one thing: governments might change, but the population will remain there. So if we really manage to anchor the voluntary local review process as a civil process, as a participatory process, it means that it will be meaningful beyond the one administration or another. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And Lusungu, I welcome you to answer really any of the three questions. Please, Lusungu.
I think that the first and second question are related around participation, stakeholder engagement, and I would say also just in terms of how to research results, and I think the comment was around NGO or civil society research feeding into government planning. I think this is all about how the stakeholder engagement is sort of mapped out at the beginning of the process. So this is a really important time to think about who should be involved and who are the gatekeepers of data and information. You know, it's a really important issue, of course. The national statistical offices often have data, and then the local statistics offices are sometimes not as well capacitated as at the national level. But in order to really, this is the beauty, I think, and the essence of the voluntary local review, is that the process of engaging more non-traditional stakeholders who are doing research and collecting data, they can be brought into this process to understand how to complement and help build the capacity of what's being collected at the local level. And identifying, you know, some of these key studies, key research areas, and who is doing them, who's engaging in them. And this is the work of the local government, who is conducting the review, who's leading on the review, to ensure that these voices are also brought in to the process. And, you know, to think about how to do research together moving forward. And this can be an outcome or an output of the VLR process, where researchers are working in silos and government is doing their own thing. It's important for these collaborations to happen and to ensure that the picture that's being presented is one that's enriched by all the stakeholders who might be working on gender equality, for instance, or whatever the issue that's been prioritized is. So I think this all relates to how stakeholders are mapped out, how they're engaged, and how they're brought into the process early, and not just, you know, at the end, but throughout each step, as I was mentioning before. But there really is a role for local governments to ensure that that space is created, as they are the ones leading on the reviews. I hope that answered the question. Over to you, Lana. And unfortunately, colleagues, I'll have to jump off in just a minute. So thank you so much again for having me for this workshop. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us. Just to add a little bit to the research component, I think there's a lot of opportunities for better coordination of research, both from bottom up and top down. So for example, I think when the decision is taken to make research on a specific topic, you know, whether it might be to address some specific issues or regardless of the reason, I think early in the process, there should be conversations about what this research can inform, what decision-making bodies, what processes, how can the timing be aligned to perhaps inform certain decisions. I think that's one opportunity to think at the beginning of a research project, how can this be used and what actions will we take to make sure that it is used? And then in the other direction, I think from higher levels, initiatives could be taken, for example, to perhaps make specific opportunities for this, to in advance of specific meetings or decision-making processes, to include some opportunities to hear from different researchers. So I think these are just some possibilities to start to increase coordination and perhaps eventually to have it built into the decision-making processes so that those systems are there. And then getting to the third question about resources for VLRs. So I'll answer on behalf of UNDESA, and then I'll circle back to my colleagues in case they have anything to add. So from UNDESA, we provide support primarily in the form of capacity building. So through workshops like this one, we have had different follow-up activities. For example, we'd be happy to follow up with something like a webinar series or something like that. In some cases, we have supported with support for a consultant that might help to coordinate VLRs in some countries. So these are some of the possibilities of things we've done in the past. With that said, I don't think we've ever worked with like a VLR where there wasn't strong support also from the country. So I think to engage in a VLR, I think it does require some resources and of course the human resources from those engaging. So that's a bit on our perspective. I think my colleague might be able to inform more on possibilities to perhaps have joint look at opportunities. Claudia?
Thank you. And indeed, the support that UN Habitat does is quite linked with what Lana has mentioned. And actually, I think we partner quite closely for this type of support. That's also why we are together on this. But just to complement, in certain countries, we have tested a type of technical assistance that is supporting, facilitating more than supporting, accompanying a city to develop the review. Also presenting what these local reviews are to the national government, usually to find some entry points within the country to position voluntary local reviews and to see where in the coordination, in the SDG coordination structure and in the planning structure of a country, where could VLRs be seated? How could they contribute to national processes? So just to give an example, in Tunisia, for example, I mentioned that VLR before. We were supporting for a year the first voluntary local review. We understood what could be the methodology for that concrete country, and then building on the experience of Tunisia and building on the ownership that the process had at the national level. Then what we are discussing now is how to scale up the experience of that first piloting VLR into 10 more cities, and then how that experience of 10 more cities can be fully integrated within the national framework of the SDGs in Tunisia. Yeah, so this is one way in which UN Habitat has provided some technical support.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you all for joining us and for those excellent questions. I think that with that, we will wrap up this session. Thank you very much, Claudio, and Lusungu, thank you for joining us if you're still there. So we'll have next about 45 minutes for a breakout session where we'll have an activity. So what I'm going to do, we're going to pass out some template forms for you to work on within your district. So if you're not already, please take a seat with other colleagues from your district. And what I'm doing is I'm passing out a draft roadmap for a voluntary local review. So based on some of our guidelines, this is basically like a skeleton outline of some of the steps for conducting a VLR. And so you would have space to fill out who would be responsible for that type of step, what the status is, for example, if some of this information is already available. And there's a timeline here, the general timeline for now that shows about 7 months. So you could think through how long this would take. And so this is really for you. We'll have 45 minutes for everyone to fill this out within your teams and think through it. We'll be coming around to help out and answer any questions. Then we'll break for lunch at about 1 o'clock. tomorrow, the first 2 hours of the day will be allocated to sharing findings from these breakout sessions today. So we'll share responses tomorrow. I'll just come around, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you all. If anyone from a local district, if your team or your district did not receive a worksheet, please find one of us. We have a couple more. I think we've visited all of you. And then what we wanted to invite our national colleagues here to do and to discuss was to discuss how the VLRs could relate to or feed into national decision-making processes and timelines. So we will tomorrow during the discussions, we'll invite the national government official to discuss what are some of the ways that VLRs can contribute to and be a part of national processes. Thank you. So you'll have about 45 minutes. Hello, everyone. I think we'll have about maybe 5 more minutes to just wrap up your work on the timelines, and then we can start lunch. So you can start to wrap up your discussions with your district. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed working on your timelines. We're going to break for lunch now. We'll take about 50 minutes, 50. So we'd like to reconvene and start the next session at 1:45. Please enjoy.
All right, let's reconvene. Let's reconvene. Let's please get back. Let's get back and start. So this afternoon, we are in session 8. That's inclusive approaches to awareness raising and engaging stakeholders. We have 4 panelists. Of course, on the program, it's indicated 2, but we have 2 more joining. One is joining online. So maybe they can come forward. It's Ms. Lana Zaman. And then we have Chief Teresa Kajindamoto, Inkosi Data District, who is going to speak about abolishing child marriage, driving transformation and local policy change and cultural shifts. We also have Mr. Sam Skinny, the youth innovator and founder of InspireLand. And we have Ms. Memory Banda from a children rights activist who is going to be joining online. Let me now hand over to our moderator this afternoon, which is Ms. Kebedesh Ambai, who is the acting country representative for UN Women Malawi.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fatma Abdelkarim Mohammed. I'm a Deputy Representative of UN Women Malawi Country Office. We apologize that Ms. Kebe was not able to come today. We have received an invitation from the President's office, so we had to switch. I'm delighted to be here with you today and to moderate this session around inclusive approaches to awareness raising and engaging stakeholders. And we can start by Mr. Sam from the Youth Innovator and founder. He will take us through to talk about youth-focused inclusiveness and its relevance to engaging different stakeholders into and how then it could feed into the local voluntary review. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Sam Afini from Inspire Learn. I am a youth innovator in the digital space. I'm delighted to share with you a bit of an experience, but also insight into how we can leverage youth for voluntary local reviews. Well, you might all be aware that Malawi's largest population dividend is the youth, isn't it? But also it's just not Malawi itself, or it's Africa in general. Whilst some people think that that is a disadvantage, that the highest dividend in population is the youth, a lot of people, including myself, have actually come to conclude that it might be our best strength. So how then do we capitalize on youth for sustainable development? We need to look at inclusiveness. And that is why I was actually interested in taking part in this discussion. I'll just explain a bit about Inspire Learn. Inspire Learn is an edtech startup. What we do is we have smart feature phones, basic phones, and we go to remote communities to offer e-learning on basic phones. The kind of teleconferencing that we do on Zoom, Google Meets, or Microsoft Teams, and any other teleconferencing software you might mention, our platform, our innovation supports that, but the only difference is the students, the teachers don't need to have internet access. They also don't need to have high advanced phones or technologies. Now, when you look at that context, we're barely resting on the ground of inclusiveness, offering the opportunity to those in remote places for blended e-learning. And for us to reflect this to a point of discussion is, for the highest part of Malawi's population, Imagine if each and every i- imagine if each and every critical policy development, imagine if governance, imagine if we're talking of implementation of programs, even designing itself from the SDGs to the 2063 agenda of the nation. Imagine if we had a key component of youth active participation. And I'm not talking about just where I would come in front like this and talk and discuss in front of you and then it ends there. But I'm talking of key from planning phase to where we are structuring programs, implementation, evaluation, and all that is involved in monitoring. What we're talking about is if we're able to include them in preliminary stages, we do stand a chance at accelerating certain development, but also guaranteeing their sustainability. The inclusive approach is for awareness dissemination. I think it's quite important if we would like to reach a greater amount of youth in our programming, in localizing the SDGs themselves and guaranteeing that you're going to have active participation and feedback. We need to go beyond what we currently know. We need to go beyond what we currently perceive as the status quo. And that has to do a lot with innovation. I believe we can source a lot of power and participation if we engage the youth in innovative solutions for participation, community-based solutions that address community challenges. In that particular way, some of the deliverables, some of the achiever points in the SDGs can start down at the community level before we tackle at policy level. So if we have from our primary education, if we include mass awareness about SDGs, and then we go accelerating to the secondary level. Just 2 days ago, I was in Mangochi at the curriculum review of primary and secondary schools in Malawi to suit the 2063 agenda, but also be able to meet the 2030, the goals, the sustainable development goals. Now, you see, the discussion point was centered around what do we need to improve? What do we need to change? And then it just dawned on me that if we're talking of mass awareness, especially inclusiveness, we need to start at the grassroots level, somewhere in grade 1 of learning. If we're able to equip our youth at that early stage to talk about sustainable development, to talk about particular goals that we need to meet, we'll have a greater chance at accelerating the gaps that we have already been facing. On a local level as a country, we've experienced a lot of disastrous atrocities. We've had pandemics, we've had cyclones, we've had cholera outbreaks. And some of them, we wouldn't even predict what comes next. So each and every time something that is unpredictable happens, we are being drawn way, way behind. And there's a big gap that we're creating, especially for youth participation. Because if we do not have a strong foundation for them, for the inclusiveness, at the early stage, we are now creating a bigger problem that will require greater more time to solve or address. On my last speaking point about community engagement, but also tailored content, which just directly fits to my contribution to say, perhaps we need to look at the early stage level of programming, our programming, to have them quite involved. That means it needs to go beyond us listening to messages only via radio. They need to be included in part of the curriculum. Perhaps if we could have, like the way I believe there was a time that messages, mass awareness on HIV were quite spread out wide to the point we have it a bit more contained now. So the same way, if we approach in localizing the SDGs, we definitely need to have a look in that way especially engaging the youth at an early stage. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sam. I think Mr. Sam has touched on a key issue, which is the aspect of the youth. I would maybe bring in also the fact that when we look at the youth from an inclusive point of view, we need to look at it from a human rights approach, and that means applying the principle of non-discrimination and equality. We look at it also, we drive the gender equality approach, which looks at the principle of intersectionality. So we break down the youth into women and men, young women and young men, because when you look at the power relations between young women and young men, it will also derive you to the power relations between men and women built into the societies. And then it forms the social norms aspect. So that is why he was also talking about starting from the very early ages of the children to influence their way of thinking, their perceptions and how they perceive things around them. I think it's very important that we mind those two principles as we go forward in our conversation, because inclusiveness is about making every one of us with our different needs, whether it be young women from a certain race, from a certain class, a social status, or a man or a young man. So it's across age, it's across ethnicity, it's across race and religion and social status. All of us have then different power positioning within societies that then determines our access and benefit from the processes that is grounded, where the SDGs is grounded on. It's political, it's economical, and it's social. And with that, I hand over to my colleague, Lana, to walk us through her presentation on stakeholders' engagement in the voluntary local reviews. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. I just shared in the Zoom, if I can get the IT team's help, putting up a PowerPoint. Oh, perfect. Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for the lovely opening in the first presentation. I'm gonna give a very brief presentation with some general information and guidance about inclusive approaches to awareness raising and engaging stakeholders, particularly in the voluntary. So one important factor is that the preparatory process for the SDGs themselves did not just include negotiations between member states, but it included a very wide and intensive consultation with different types of stakeholders from around the globe. There was a lot of efforts made in terms of engaging academia, civil society, different NGOs, private sector, and getting the perspectives of different organizations. The 2030 agenda is therefore of the people and by the people and for the people, and it calls for stakeholder engagement at all levels. Outcomes of meaningful participation. So why is stakeholder engagement important? To highlight just a few of the many reasons, it increases understanding between local governments and different types of stakeholders and their needs and priorities. It increases awareness and ownership of the SDGs. And this is a very important factor for everyone at the local and grassroots level to feel like the 2030 agenda is theirs. It's for them and it belongs to them. The implementation, the driving force, they are a big part of that. It creates spaces for structured dialogue and citizen engagement. So taking an approach to stakeholder engagement creates specific spaces for the empowerment of local voices and building partnerships. It fosters greater state responsiveness to citizen needs. And lastly, it ensures that the voices of most vulnerable are heard at all levels. Who are the stakeholders? So this is a very long list. I won't read everything, but I'll make this available to all of you afterwards. To highlight a few, it includes NGOs, women, children and youth, indigenous people, workers, the science and technology community, farmers, socially excluded people based on minorities or people with disabilities, migrants, faith groups, development partners, social movements, people experiencing poverty, and professionals from all sectors. This is important because it factors into looking at some of the synergies and the trade-offs between different goals at the local and national levels. So carrying out a VNR or a VLR, national and sub-regional governments are encouraged to really have these stakeholder engagements with different participants. How to design a stakeholder engagement strategy. So to be meaningful, the engagement process for the 2030 agenda should be set up early on with clear objectives and methodologies. I say early on so that different stakeholders and their perspectives are factored in, not just towards the end, but really at every level of the review and decision-making process. Some of the key elements for stakeholder engagement strategy should be adjusted to the local context, and they are appropriate for defining who should be engaged and mapping out stakeholders, defining how stakeholders will be engaged and what are their entry points for engagement, setting up specific communication and outreach strategies for different groups, defining the expected outcomes and outputs and communicating those to the stakeholders, defining the activities to be undertaken as part of the stakeholder process of the VLR, planning and mobilizing necessary resources, and setting up a clear timeline so that people know what their engagement is, what's expected of them, and what will be built from their inputs. What does participation mean in terms of levels of engagement? So some of the levels include inform, consult, involve, and collaborate. We'll take a closer look at these. In terms of informing, these are communications where governments inform their stakeholders of their plans for implementation for the 2030 agenda. I'll read just one of these examples here. So in the Maldives, at the national level, the government works with the official state media public service in disseminating information related to the SDGs. Capacity building workshops are then organized for journalists from different media in order to enhance the development of skills to report on the SDGs. So this is a really great communication approach to just inform people that there is this opportunity to contribute. Consulting. Governments present plans and options for implementation of the review of the 2030 agenda and receive feedback from stakeholders. I'll share an example here from Uganda. In preparing its VLR, the Nagora district carried out consultative meetings in 5 lower governments, each with 350 participants, which included CSOs, private sector, opinion leaders, parliamentarians, men and women, youth, elders, leaders, special interest groups, such as HIV, AIDS, elders, and different types of groups. So they created focus group discussions centered on key targeted groups of women and youth, mainly to collect their views and perceptions on development within their communities, as well as their participation in development processes. They then used live radio talk shows to gather feedback from community members. So this was a very transparent and engaging way of hearing these different perspectives. Involve. Stakeholders are meaningfully engaged with governments in generating plans and options for implementation and review of the 2030 agenda, carrying out actions based on the decisions emerging from this input. So to share one example, Orlando, Florida in the US set up a very large consultation group with 25 community leaders. Okay, perfect. Here's some additional resources that will be available online. I'll wrap up quickly and get onto our Florida and the US. There was a large consultative group to help inform the VLR. It included religious leaders, NGOs, representatives from business, and academic community. And this group worked together so well that even after the VLR was completed, they continued to work as a group to just inform future work, particularly in terms of localization. And lastly, on collaborating. Governments and stakeholders decide together on the implementation and review of the 2030 agenda. This is a long-term action and it may require resources. So this is really where those perspectives are taken on board and collaborative work proceeds. To share one example, in Oaxaca, Mexico, the city describes its mechanism for involving civil society, academia, and productive sectors in SDG implementation and review, including through the formation of some working committees that examine different dimensions of social, environmental, and economic sustainability. The issuance of an open call to identify stakeholders that wish to participate. And lastly, creating a shared leadership structure for each committee in which the government agencies serve as executive secretary and non-state stakeholders serve as annually rotating coordinator with important responsibilities such as directing meetings and the work of the committees. So this is really valuable, the creation of that structure for ongoing collaboration. And with that, I will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Nana, for taking us through the different levels on principles, strategies. I think she touched on key issues that would strengthen the government's accountability to the people by applying this kind of process, specifically transparency, participation, and when she also spoke about specific communication outreach strategies for the engagement strategy, I think that's also very important. It takes us back to inclusivity because we have persons with disabilities. We could have, some of us might not be able to see, might not be able to hear, and some of us could be in very remote areas. So we need to look into the different needs of our population and make sure that we create the structures that would enable them to participate. So from a UN Women perspective, we do not expect, for example, the consultations to be late at night where only men can afford to come, but also to be at a time that would allow the women to participate meaningfully. This is only just an example, and we should also not forget the children. They also have a right to participate and right to access to knowledge on these important processes. With this, I will hand over to Chief Teresa to come over. So Chief Teresa, she's gonna talk about abolishing child marriage, driving transformation through local policy change and cultural shifts. I'm sure also during the discussion, we're gonna learn a lot about the Malawi structures that are in place, because there are also already existing structures between civil society and government, which is something to capitalize on and move forward with it and make use of it in the local review. Welcome, Chef Teresa, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, you all. Good morning. Today is the biggest day for me here because I know that I didn't even come here for so many years. But now when you invited me to come here, I was just drinking and doing smanje so that I'm coming to come here. So thank you very much. For the first thing, I didn't know what is going on in my family because I have been working in Zomba Theological College as a college secretary. I have been there for almost 27 years. So it was the royal family who came there to ask me to go home to be a chief. So I said, why? Me, I am a man, I am a girl. So why did you want me to be a chief? Why can't you go to those my brothers so that they can do whatever you want to do? But they said, no, your father said you will change this nonsense. You will change this nonsense, and the one who is changing this is this girl. So it was that day when we go home, and there's rotation doing this. So I was a harvest chief for that time. But there is also a bad thing because some of the men, they didn't even have it for me to be a chief. They said, why? She's a woman. We are here as boys. So why did you give her that girls? Then my brother said, no, her father, he said, this girl, she will change everything, your things, your stupid culture. She will be the one to change whatever you are doing. So today, from onwards, she will be a chief. So it wasn't to a chief, and there is a lot of people. So for me, I didn't know what is going on because there's a lot of people waiting for me at the home. So when I go outside, they saw all of them. They said, "Oh, thank you, chief. Thank you, chief. Thank you, chief." So I said, "No, I didn't not say that I am a chief. I am a local person." But they said, whether like it or not, you will be a chief here. So I have been a chief for so many years, and I have been going to England, Washington, D.C., where they give me what did you give? Impatso. They give me impatso for what I have come with me to part of home. So even the same chiefs, they also give me everything. When I'm come here, I have a lot of things. So from that time up to today, everything is okay. Because when they came to my office, they said, "Chief, we have this, what can we do?" So I said, okay, what we want to do is this and this and this. But please do whatever I have told you. So when they go there, they do the same what I have been taught to them. Everything is possible for us in my area. Yes.
Now it's working. Thank you so much, Chief. I think Chief Teresa has raised very important things. And we salute also your father and your brother who supported you and believed in your potential. And I think from this story, we can also see that men and boys, they are also could be supporters of the cause of inclusivity and gender equality and empowerment of women. I think she's spoken about another key issue is this, which is the change of culture. And her father has led by example. She led by example, and that would influence the change in the perceptions of people on who could be the chief. It's not only a man, but there are also women at community level. It's not only the women at, although they are few across the world, that they lead the states. But I think in Africa, we should also be proud that we still have a long journey to go, but we also have very good practices that we can capitalize on and show the world about it. And again, it speaks to the unequal power relations, the resistance that she has faced. And all of these things now, I think, goes back to our topic, which is the inclusivity. So chiefs have a big role to play when it comes to the local reviews in terms of ensuring that whatever processes are ongoing in her village or his village needs to ensure that women and across their different intersectionalities, men as well, and children are considered. So our last speaker is joining virtually. I hope we still have him. Oh, sorry, her. She's Ms. Memory Banda. She's a child right activist.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me to join this great conversation on how we can progress in terms of advancing the sustainable development goals so that we achieve the global goals, and specifically for Malawi, so that we accelerate the progress of the SDGs at national level. And I will quickly just share my screen. I had made a presentation and allow me to share my screen in a moment. So thank you once again, and I'll basically have more of like an overview of the work, the progress that has been made so far in terms of empowering the young people, especially addressing girls and young women. And more specifically, I think my focus will be on shifting power as well as resources to activate young people's influence on issues that matter most to them. So basically, I think first and foremost, I would like to appreciate the progress that has been made in the country in terms of the policies that are there to advance the rights of children as well as young people, to ensure that they equally participate in all levels of development. But at the same time, there is a lot that can actually be done, and more specifically, as you know, that the population of Malawi, 60% is actually young people. And when you look at the representation at national level as well as at local level, the representation of young people is actually very much minimal. And for women, for young women, it's even worse. According to statistics, actually, it's only 1% of young people that representing at various decision making positions. And this really takes us back that we really have a lot of work as key players in advancing the SDGs as government technocrats and influencers. And we have, you know, the Malawi growth and development strategy, which is in place. We have the national youth policy, which is also in place. And we have the African Charter, the on youth, the AU Charter, now we have the AU agenda. All these to ensure that young people are actually supported, the adolescent girls and young women are supported, and we have the national strategy on ending child marriage, for instance. So all these really strategies to ensure that we empower the young people, and we have some challenges that I have highlighted in terms of the at policy level. There is really minimal progress in terms of the implementation. We have limited resources, and the biggest question is, where are we really investing in? Are we really investing directly on these strategies and policies when you're making the national budget? For example, I would highlight the national policy on ending child marriage, as well as the HYW policy that is actually currently being, that has just recently been reviewed through the Minister of Gender. In here, you can agree with me that this strategy has not even been budgeted for the 2024-2025 national budget. So these are the really questions that as actors we should continuously ask ourselves. Like we have all these policies in place to advance young people participation, youth empowerment, girl empowerment, young women empowerment, but these policies budgeted for? And the other key factor that we have limited participation of young people is lack of presentation in decision-making structures. We have weak society, social youth-led movement, and the biggest question for me there is the investment that is coming into the country, whether directly at the resources that we have at national level, or the resources that are coming in through development partners, the UN and other international development partners. Are we really directing the funding to youth and girl-led initiatives? Because for me, when we direct the funding directly to youth and girl-led initiatives, it means we are really creating a movement of young people that can be able to participate and actually advance the SDGs. And yeah, so these are very, very key, important questions that we can continuously ask ourselves. So for me, really the desirable impact that I would like to see is that, you know, young people, young women, they should be able to engage the duty bearers in inclusive and participation in decision-making structures at all levels, from community, national, as well as international commitments. And at the same time, youth programs activities should be equitable in terms of resource through inclusive accountability processes and all that. So that like when we are making decisions, even at national level, we should be able to actually make a demarcation that this funding is going direct to the programs that are targeting young people. These resources are going to programs that are targeting children, as well as adolescent girls and young women. So we need, you know, for example, for me, the other key item agenda listed through the Ministry of Gender is to actually have a direct girls fund program that can directly empower the girls in our communities, as well as, you know, move towards, you know, for example, the providing scholarships, we have to move beyond the mentorship and safe spaces initiatives that we have, so that we incorporate other key elements. And what does the theory of change look like for me? Let's build the skills and knowledge and towards young people, so that they should be able to activate so that we are able to activate, you know, access and networks and mentorship programs for young people, as well as funding for young people. And then through these young people themselves, they should be able to grow their movements and promote their advocacy plans. And why am I saying this? It's because, you know, young people, they're still young, they still have brilliant ideas of how they can change their communities. And just recently, we just heard a young innovator talking about how we can continuously create a movement of innovators in the country. And what if we have hundreds of young people like himself? It means our country, actually, economy is going to change and being led by young people. So young people are passionate, young women are passionate. They're living in the communities where these challenges are faced, and yet they're the best to lead the initiatives that are happening in their communities. So this literally just sums up. Yeah, so for me, the impact of why we should continuously empower youth-led girl empowerment leadership as well as movements is that we should continue to build entrepreneurial skills for these young people so that they're economically independent, reducing the unemployment rate in the country, exposure to digital, to technology, digital skills and emerging technologies, very, very important. So that they're a part of digital problem skills in our communities. Let's expose them to entrepreneurial incubations. So in general, this really sums up that we should listen, amplify, and support girls and young women as forefront activists. And at the same time, let's support investments towards girls and young women as well as young people to actually robust their initiatives. And this is possible through the government entities beyond the donor funding that we receive. I strongly believe that as government technocrats, we can continuously mobilize funding that directly it gets to be invested towards young people as well as young girls and young women. So this literally sums up my presentation, and thank you so much for giving me time to highlight these key areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Memory, for this passionate and wonderful presentation. I think with youth like you and Mr. Sam, we could say that Malawi is going to be okay and will progress with such voices. I think Memory has touched on a key issue when it comes to youth, which is the youth movement. And she also linked it with the right holders and the duty bearers engagement, which is the heart of the local reviews. The essence of the local reviews is the engagement between the government and the people in their different structures, whether it be youth groups, women's groups, young children. And she's spoken about the economic empowerment aspect, touched on the budget, and this would lead us to talk about how do we look at our macroeconomic policies, specifically the fiscal policies that looks at budgets and its distribution for the SDGs, issues related to health, education, which all of these pillars they promote inclusiveness for reaching out the targets of the country 2063. I think we can now open the floor for discussion for our panel members. So does anyone have any question or recommendation that would like to come in with it? The floor is open for discussion.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I think from all the present, I have a question to the chief. Yeah, maybe I will ask you both in Kichewa and the English so that we can understand each other very well. I wanted to understand the stupid cultural practices that she mentioned, because I think she has not been able to highlight that. So wanted to know kuti chikhalidwe mmanena cha mfumu ndi chiti mmene makolo wananena kuti mukabwera musachitheka. So wanted to understand that, and probably how has she been able, all right, to maybe address, okay, that cultural practice, probably that is being referred to as stupid. Just want to learn so that probably can have more understanding of how she addressing those issues. Yeah.
Any more questions, please? And Chef, please feel free to, if you want to talk in local language, that's also fine with us. And if the esteemed guest could translate, that's fine. If not, we're also okay.
Okay, my question also goes to the chief. Maybe it's an extension of the questions that my colleague has already asked on how, of course, on the program. Maybe he was asking about what was that stupid cultural practice that she was coming to. But I understand maybe from the program is the abolition of the child marriages. So my question is, how did she do it? Was it through just making an assessment that this no longer is happening in my community, or maybe it was through the community formulation of the community bylaws, and how did they manage to enforce them? Because we understand that maybe there are other communities where community bylaws have been made, but enforcement also becomes an issue.
Any more questions? Okay, so we can give the chef the chance to answer. They have asked 2 questions for you. Yes, repeat.
Ayi, ukano. Ndero kuti pamene timapanga zinthu zimenezi padali mavuto. Chifukwa mafumu adati kulira kuti tamuoneni mafumu athu sakhala mzimayi tionani zimene woyambazi tsapano malo moti akhale mzibambo. Ndawapitira komweko kuti weze ulakitolo noti ine ndikhala mfumu. Chifukwa ndi Mulungu amene waloza chala choti ine ndikhale mfumu. Koma inuyo zanuzo za satanazo dzipangani, koma ineyo zanga ndiziti ndi zimenezi. Ndiye ayi pa nthawi imeneyo inde panali pungwepungwe komabe anadzamvetsa. Chifukwa adadzayitana mafumu awo onse nkubwera ku nyumba kumalongosolera kuti kodi kukhala mfumu inuyo mudakhala mfumu chifukwa cha ndani? Ayi idakhala mfumu chifukwa cha inuyo gogo. Nanga izizi zochitikazi za gogo kapena zanu zakumudzi. Pamene poditala kuitsa gogo tikuonza pamenepa ndithu. Ndiye asipanathe 2 days pamene sanadzabwera udzapepesa kuti ayi pepani ndithu tamva chilichonse chimene mwatiuza ndithu ife tigwira ntchito monga mmene inuyo mukutani mukufunira. Oti ndithu tinadzayenda ukafika ukapiri ugolomoti mpaka na ukakwera phiri likati lubwera pa Geneva pa phiri la pa Geneva lopita ku Castle. Kupita umene kuchoka longosolera anthu kuti from today I don't want this, I don't want this. Amene opita zimenezoyo kaya ufumuko tseneyo kuti tione iyeyo kuti apanga chani. Ndedi padali ena akatanga oti sizimakhudzayi. Ndi atabwera udzandilongosolera ndinadzapitanso komweko kayitana makolo awo kwaunikira kuti ayi from today awawa ufumu palibe. Ngati kumudzi kwalipo ena ndisankhireni ameneyo kuti ngwire nawo ntchito, koma awawa ayi. Ndi adawirira pamene pacho kudibuka ayi basi gogo chalo sitiyambiranso sitipanganso. Ndi amane ndazimirawo kuti nange kula mtima wanji. Gogo chalo akutiuza kuti titere inu makula mtima ndi gogo chalo. Ndi zimenezotu. Ndiwo tuchokera pamenepo mpaka na pano ayi zinthu zikuyenda bwino ndithu. Chilichonse chikuyenda, azimayi akuyendetsa bwino, azibambonso akuyendetsa bwino ndithu. Zikoma kwambiri.
Zikoma kwambiri ndikukhulupirira kuti ndinamba ya funso limenenso ndinafunsa ino mwayankhapo. Koma mwina kwina kumene ndimafuna ndidziwe ndionena kuti kuti kutesta maukwati ana amenewowo kuti process yake munayiyambira potani kuti munangopereka statement kunena kuti ngati chigamulo kunena kuti kuyambira lero mu dera langa kusakhale ana kukwatana ana ang'ono okhaokha kapena mwina munkazera pakupanga malamulo a m'midzi amene amanena kuti ma community bylaws.
Ayi, zoonadi. Pamene ndimapita ineyo kwa aziza khayanga kumati kafunse zina zake kuti apa nditani. Ndipo yenda apo ndakuona muje ni mumpira amaponya mpira. Teka mwana akwa kungoli ila mwayo osasamala. Ndenda pamene poka muuze kuti mwanayo sapatsa mayi wake bwanji. Ndakuti ayi ndi wanga ali mwanayo mpaka ndakutenga bere uyamba kutani kumwetsa. Ndati iweyo uli ndi mwanayo meko ndani kuyamba undiuza ndi bambo wake omwe. Ndesinalekere pomwepo ndangowaza magulupu toyi takanditengerani mafumu amenewo atabwera kuno kuti tikambe nawo. Ndi atabwera idadzakamba nawo kuti kodi fumu mukufuna hayi gugu chalo ndezuchiti
Thank you very much, Chief. As much we did not understand, we appreciate what you have said. I hope the colleagues in the room have had also an understanding for their queries. I would end this session by saying that the local review for the SDGs is only one of the mechanisms to support the governments to implement and reach the targets of the SDGs. There are operational aspects that we need to consider before the local review. For example, when promoting women's leadership and political participation in Malawi now, we have the elections upcoming. So how do we support the government to ensure that women get their candidacy, they're supported for their campaigns, and as voters, they also have the space. These are all aspects that goes back to SDG number 5 when we talk about the political participation
women, which then the local will come and talk about and take up. So the process for the SDGs, for the local reviews, and then for the national one, it's very early. I can give the last example about the partnerships. So from the presentation of Ms. Lana, we have seen the different partnerships created in different countries. I'm sure we can also learn a lot from the experiences in Malawi. The idea is to capitalize on those partnerships, not only between duty bearers and right holders, but across the duty bearers. So different line ministries come together to address, for example, SDG number 5. It includes the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Gender as leading, of course, but also other line ministries as the theme in each SDG report. We thank our youth who have presented and gave us a glimpse on the power of the youth and their potential. Ms. Memory has given us an element of the women, the young women, and I think specifically the women at the community level, the young women at the community level, and the movement, so that the movements is also not, they're not led by elites, and I think her presentation touched on that. And lastly, the architecture, the budgets that would allow our country to move forward, to reach inclusivity, to report on how it's on its effort to reach the SDG, of course, the 2063 Africa Agenda and the Malawi targets. Thank you very much for listening. I was Fatma Abdel Karim from UN Women. I'm sure you all know UN Women. It's the agency dedicated for gender equality and empowerment of women, and we work across all the different political, economical, social aspects of the cause. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Let's give them a big hand. I think this is one of those sessions where we have had rich information in different versions, which can actually also help us in our way of coming up with our VORs. If you look very carefully at the messages discussed here, the bigger picture is leaving no one behind. There was a youth activist which came in the beginning and highlighted some of the mistakes maybe we have made in the way we are pursuing our development agendas. That maybe we should start inculcating the ideas of development from smaller, like lower level classes in the education system. Maybe going through the curriculum and moving upwards. That will ease the difficulty that we could encounter if we are trying to reorient everyone at a later stage. And we have also had useful experiences from our chief on how she ascended to power, which is a reconsideration of installing a chief irrespective of chair. That's part of the living on. Here, she is also in the forefront, well-known fighting child marriages. That's also part of not leaving no one behind. So that's the bigger message. As the session was about stakeholder considerations in development of the VLRs, we should also think at all stakeholders, including those stated in this session and even beyond those not stated in this session. I'll allow the panelists to go and take their seats, but I would just also maybe ask the audience whether we want to go for break now, or we should proceed with the next session and do a break afterwards, as we did yesterday. Break now or proceed? proceed, right?
Yeah,
All right, okay,
proceed.
so, yeah, you can take your seat. So we are going to go into other experiences in accelerating and tracking SDG implementation at local levels. And Claudia will guide us through this session.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone is still with us this afternoon. And thank you for the great session that preceded us. For this session 9, the last one of the day in terms of session with presenters, we have 1 hour, 2 speakers that are joining us in person, and the experience of Kenya of Nakuru that will be presented virtually. And this session, as it was mentioned before, will look into experiences to accelerate the SDG tracking at the local levels. So I would like to call here to the front Mr. Rafael Lali from UNDP. Mr. Rafael, are you with us? Yep. No. Can we confirm if Mr. Rafael is, just a minute, okay. Thank you. We also have Mr. Smith Manuela from DPD in Sanje. You're welcome to join us here. You're welcome to join us if you feel like it. And online we have Mr. George Wasonga, the VLR expert of the Voluntary Local Review of the City of Nakuru, and Mr. Gitao Tavanja, the city manager of the VLR of Nakuru. Welcome, dear panelists. And just to remind you that you will have some from 10 to 15 minutes for your presentation, so we can give some space for the Q&A and the interaction with the rest of the participants. I will start from you, Mr. Rafael Lali, and give you the floor to present UNDP Hotspot Initiative in Malawi. We are all very curious to know what is this Hotspot Initiative. Dear George, if you are seeing us online, we are having some troubles, but we will present soon. Nothing good. No, I think it's working now.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Just a minor correction. My name is Rafael Olali, and I am from the Ministry of Local Government, Unity and Culture. But I will be making this very brief presentation on behalf of both the ministry and also the UNDP. I've been given 15 minutes, but I think I'll take only about 7 of those minutes. And I will kindly donate the rest of my minutes to Mr. Smith, so that he can at least address the Hotspots Acceleration Initiative from a practical perspective, since he's from the district council. So what I will share with you this afternoon is the initiatives that we have taken as a ministry, together with the 2 district councils, that's in Sanje and Palombe, with support from the UNDP and also other partners such as the Irish Aid and also FCTO. The works that we've been doing, we started in 2019, and this has been part of our experience towards accelerating tracking of SDGs and also implementation of projects at local level that have been designed to accelerate the achievement of SDG targets by 2030. So the SDG Hotspots Acceleration Initiative, as per the name, was designed to ensure that the government of Malawi and its partners accelerate the achievement of these goals by 2030. Initially, this concept was first adopted in Latin American countries. And the whole idea behind the adoption of this concept was to ensure that when we are implementing various socioeconomic development initiatives, we have proper targeting, so that the investments that we are doing are going straight to the targeted people. So it's just a matter of trying to create efficiency. So the Hotspots Initiative was put in place to ensure that we identify the vulnerable in our communities, target them with very specific interventions so that we can uplift their livelihoods, and in so doing also achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. All this came on at the backdrop of a realization that Malawi's multi-poverty index was quite low, so at 0.243. That's a little bit lower than the African average, which is at 0.26. So in order to ensure that we do this acceleration, as a government, we also adopted this concept, and we worked hand in hand with the UNDP and other development partners by piloting this project in 2 districts, so that in Sanje and also Palombe. So what is it exactly that we had been doing, or we have been doing since 2019? This initiative involved mainly 2 things. The first thing was the creation of this platform called the Hotspots platform, which was meant to track data from various developed sectors. And we envisaged that tracking this data would contribute to decision support to ensure that local governments and also the central government is making evidence-based decisions when it comes to interventions. And secondly, we took the initiatives, we took this approach, and we applied it largely to the local development planning system to ensure that we digitize some of the processes in the local development planning to create efficiency and effectiveness. So I will briefly address these 2 scenarios. The Hotspots platform was designed to collect data from these key sectors. We have, for instance, environment, education, irrigation, forestry, health, water, gender and community services, national registration, youth and sports, agriculture, housing, fisheries, trade, labor, and also disaster. Well, now, in the context of deepening decentralization, we envisage that the district councils would be able to use this platform to take data from the various developed sectors, feed them to a central repository system, which is the Hotspots management system, so that that data, instead of it being fragmented, it can be in one central area, and then it can inform decision-making at the local government level. And in so doing, this would also create efficiency in the local development planning processes. The councils have an experience in terms of how this has been functioning for them. And Mr. Smith will come in later on to give us more details in terms of how their experience has been in using this platform. So the hotspot system would in turn provide a real-time data dashboard, and it would also be a multi-stakeholder platform where we would be able to get information from the various stakeholders. And at the center of all this, after we have presented this data and it has been accessed by various stakeholders, would be a coordinated, targeted SDG hotspot service response. So this data would be used by various stakeholders to see where we have the hotspots, and then coordinate so that we can target those particular areas. So the users of this data would be the government of Malawi, the local governments themselves at the center of everything, and also the development partners to have this coordinated service response. And this initiative, very importantly as well, we did a process of digitization of the village action plans. So these village action plans are the very first step that councils take in their local development planning processes. In the past, this process has had a lot of challenges in as far as efficiency and effectiveness is concerned. This is a very expensive process, and also the usage of the village action plans was quite low. So as a ministry, together with UNDP, we took this initiative under the Hotspots initiative to ensure that we digitize these village action plans. We put them online so that the various stakeholders can be able to access them, pick projects that they can be able to implement and deliver the coordinated service response. So we managed to digitize the village action plans for these 2 districts, and Sanje and also Palombe. Fortunately, because of the interest that was there and the success that we had in Palombe and Sanje as well, we managed to also do this process in other districts, including Likoma, Mwanza, and Balaka as well. Yeah. So after this digitization, we ensured that websites have been created for these councils so that this data can be easily accessible online. Putting these plans online meant that the stakeholders would be able to easily access them. And after they access them, they can be able to get in touch with the council, coordinate with them so that they can intervene in areas where they feel like they can intervene. And throughout these processes, just to build on the earlier discussion that we had by the previous panel, you also notice that key stakeholders were also involved. The youth were involved. There were special strategies that were put in place to ensure that the youth are involved in the process. We had representatives from special needs groups, the disabled, women, the business community, and etc. Currently, what we are trying to do is, as a ministry, we continue to work with the district councils so that we promote the usage of these plans. When development partners come at the national level or at the local level, their entry point should be these local development plans. So we would want various stakeholders to ensure that they are accessing these plans, and then they are intervening based on these priorities that the councils have managed to put in place. And through this also, as a ministry, we are building on the existing local government coordination structures. For example, the district monitoring and evaluation coordination committees, otherwise known as the technical working groups, so that they manage the planning process, they get involved in the implementation, and then they also manage the monitoring, evaluation, and learning. We are also trying as much as possible to stay in good terms with the NGOs and other civil society organizations and development partners so that there is ownership of these plans that we are digitized. And in the future, we hope that there's going to be, more digitization of the village action plans across the country, and also that we can take this hotspots platform to all the districts so that it can inform evidence-based decision-making. Let me stop there, and I'll allow Mr. Smith to now take us through a practical experience on the hotspot system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's hear now a practical experience. Mr. Rafael, if you could join us here in case there are questions. We are trying to connect another presentation, I have the feeling. We can see it, not now. Can we maybe share it through email to the other colleague?
Apologies for the technical glitches, but I think short will be there. Welcome to Sanjay presentation. Good afternoon. First of all, let me commend Mr. Lali for able introducing the project, which means I will have to skip some of the content. As in Sanjay, we are simply here to showcase one of the promising practices. That's implementation of the SDG acceleration project that we're implementing in collaboration with the Ministry of Local Government, Youth and Culture, as well as UNDP. In our presentation, we'll try as much as possible to demonstrate how SDG monitoring can be localized and how that can add value, and then how engagement of communities using data generated through that can also assist in terms of coming up with the interventions that assist the communities. For those of us that are new to Sanjay, that's our location. We occupy a land area of 1,942 square kilometers. And then in there, we are about 299,000. In terms of administration, we have 9 area development committees and then 174 village development committees. We have something that is unique to the council. We are prone to annual climate-induced shocks, just like Chikwawa. I'll speak through those points. I think we're all agreeing in here that local authorities play a critical role in as far as implementation of SDG is concerned, and that we have a robust structure that extends to the community. And through that, we can advocate for meaningful engagement for multi-sector development responses. We're also agreeing in this room that fragmented approaches have bogged us down in terms of achieving SDGs. And then that's where with UNDP, we came up with the Hotspot Acceleration Initiative that was introduced in 2020 after proper introduction in the district, because it went through the district executive committee and then was approved by the council, so that we all own whatever will happen in the project. The rationale for this is simple. I think in the councils, it's obvious that we have sectors operating in silos, and they also have their own M&A systems. Just to cite a few examples, we have health sector operating the DHIS2, and then we also have education sector operating the EMIS, and then we also have agriculture sector operating the AMIS. And in gender, we recently have the gender hub that has been recently developed in collaboration with UNDP and NSO. With that kind of arrangement, it would be quite difficult for the councils to track progress and even account for the performance of the SDGs. So we really need harmonized systems so that we strengthen accountability systems as well as transparency and accountability. The principle that we seek to strengthen is what has been highlighted. As a council, our development blueprint remains the district development plan, and we hope the council is also the coordination authority. And if we also have one M&D plan that's harmonizing all the fragmented systems that are there, I hope we'll be there in terms of achieving the SDGs. Now, Mr. Ali talked about the SDG hotspots acceleration. What is it? The SDG hotspots acceleration is a project that was implemented through 3 main segments, and I'll be highlighting one after the other. The first one, and that was key, is the creation of the dashboard. The dashboard was created to be online, just to make sure that we maintain data and share across the world. But then what I want to emphasize more are the data flow processes. So we had a 3-tier data flow process to feed into the dashboard. The first one, and the most important, initially, I'm saying initially because we changed along the way, was to make sure that we collect georeferenced household welfare data. Georeferenced because that data was intended to fly hotspots on our web page on Sanji. So what we did in this project, preceding the village action processes, village action plan processes, what we did first of all was to conduct an SDG assessment in the households in the target area. In our case, this was piloted in GVH Tizola in Senior Chief Benji Sanje. So the assessment informed the dashboard. That's the first tier. The second tier was to make sure that we use the routine surveys like NSO census data, the UBR data, to also fly the same hotspots on our page. And then the third tier is where now we are looking at the village action plans that were also supposed to feed into the web page itself. So that led to the development of a website from Sanje. Had it been that the system was up and running to date, you would have logged into there just to see, to visualize what I'm trying to talk about. But then what I want to say is the hotspots that I'm talking about were appearing on the, what we're calling the heat maps. What we did was to overlay the web page with the map on Sanje, so that as your reference data feeds into the dashboard, it's able to highlight areas presenting intersection of SDG gaps. So some areas were appearing in green, meaning everything was okay in those areas, or they were moving towards achieving those indicators. Some areas were appearing in yellow, meaning to say it's moderate. And then the hotspots were appearing in red, indicating gaps in service provision or high level of deprivation, or indeed high level of inequality that needed to be addressed. Later on, I'll present a visual presentation of that. I talked about digitization, and then Mr. Ali talked about that as well. I'll also come back to it. And then the last bit of it was what was more critical, because in whatever case, data was meant to influence service provision. Data was meant to account to the communities. So we really needed to have robust engagement spaces. So this is where the Dismantling and Innovation Committee became handy, because whatever information products were generated from the dashboard, it was first of all presented to the DMIC. It was the DMIC that was doing the analysis. And then because the DMIC is a subcommittee of DEC, the information product was presented to DEC. Of particular importance, after presentation to DEC, this information was taken back to the communities, where the ADC and the VDC was also briefed on the same, just to make sure that they own the data itself. Coming back to the dashboard, that's the dashboard itself. I don't know if it is clear from the back. If you look at this dashboard, the page that you are seeing is the page from GVH to Zola itself. And that's the hotspots assessment data that was georeferenced. Upon feeding into the dashboard, it was able to populate that information. So on top there, what you see is total GVH, it's 1, because obviously we did this in our GVH, that's Tizola. If we had done across Nsanje, we would have seen 174 there. Total villages in that GVH is 10, as you can see. And then the total population for that GVH is 3,521. And then the sampled households for the assessment were 742. So actually 3 indicators have appeared there. The first one is reading and writing. How many are literate in that community? You can see the largest section there are those that are illiterate. And then the next indicator is about highest qualification. So you can also see those with none in the majority in that GVH. And then we also have school attendance there appearing. So there were several indicators. The indicators were cutting across 27 themes. And to do the assessment, we sat together with NSO, Minister of Local Government, and then ourselves to isolate those indicators from census and the UBR, just to put together a set of welfare indicators to save the assessment and populate the dashboard itself so that it flies the hotspots that I talked about. In reality, the situation was like this. So when you click on the dashboard itself, what you could see were basically the quadrants, as you see to you are right there, depending on where you're sitting. We deliberately made sure that data is populated in quadrants because we are told that it wouldn't be proper or it's illegal to link poverty to an individual household. We are told it's not within the policies of government currently. So we settled for populating that data in small quadrants. But then what is it that we are trying to showcase? If you look at the left side, it's demonstrated clearly. There were various layers that were being presented based on the indicator that you have clicked on. For example, at the bottom there, you have an infant mortality map, and then followed by child malnutrition map, and then basic sanitation deficit map. We could also generate multidimensional poverty map. As I said, the green is where services are better. The yellow is where service responses are moderate. And then the red is the hotspots that needed development responses. Getting back to this, the other advantage that the dashboard had was that it offered an opportunity for multi-stakeholder reporting. Mr. Lally reported that we had various portals for various sectors. All the sectors he mentioned had their own respective portal for reporting, using the indicators that were agreed upon. That's for the from the assessment tool. And then sectors would populate the system using the agreed upon frequencies. Ideally, as I said, we're supposed to be reporting on real time, but we failed to do this because for us to do that, we needed to have enough tablets at the community level so that the VDCs and the ADCs, with support from the area executive committee members are able to populate information that feeds into the dashboard, particularly when new investments are coming in. We are also under discussion by that time to have the civil society make sure that the communities populate the data as they do their interventions at the community level. Another strength for this dashboard is the fact that if you log into the administration side, you would notice that the verbs that I've talked about were uploaded in there, which means all the service providers across the globe would know what a village X wants for them to improve their welfare indicators. So this dashboard is what formed the backbone of the hotspots acceleration project itself. Getting back to the digitization of VAPs, we're using tablets, and the app that was used is ODK. What we did was to allow the communities themselves do the VAPs under the facilitation of extension workers. So we were trained first, and then we also trained the area executive committees. And the area executive committees cascaded that one to the ADCs and the VDCs. After the acquisition of the knowledge and skills on how to populate the tablets in terms of doing the village action plans, the extension workers under the supervision of the district executive committee team populated all the necessary data cages leading to the verb for Tizola. And then this is the only area that we are able to upscale across the district. So using the experience from Tizola, we were able to do all the other 173 verbs, and they were uploaded into the web page. Now,
Mr. Smith?
Yes, we have been talking about localization
I need
of
to ask you
SDGs.
to start wrapping up.
Yes, in the next
Thank
2 minutes, I should be able
Thank
to
you.
stop. Just to summarize that the village action plans provide primary data, which is triangulated with secondary data in the socioeconomic profile, leading into the formulation of the district development plan, which is a development blueprint for the council. I'll not take much time, but then just to send the ball home in terms of how we link with SDGs. As you can see there, this is the last chapter in the socioeconomic profile. If you look to my far right there, highlighted in green there, you will see that that's where we link with the country overarching development plan, as well as the global goals. So in every council, when you go, this is the template that we use, provided by the Ministry of Local Government, Unity and Culture, just to make sure that we align accordingly. I've talked about how we have engaged various structures just to make sure that the information that is getting through the SDG hotspots is able to influence decision making. I will not spend much of your time, but rather to talk more about the lessons that we have generated from this. As you see, the dashboard offers a quick solution to multi-stakeholder collaboration at different levels for information management system to offer integrated kind of services. So if you use the dashboard, the benefit you get is you have an integrated information management system, because sectors have their own portals and you'll be able to visualize data at one place. The second one is that the heat maps triggered a lot of excitement from our council members, because instead of bringing raw data to them, which is very difficult for them to comprehend, they enjoyed the heat maps more because they clearly saw which section of the areas is lacking in terms of services. And then the heat maps influence decision making. As I said, you may wish to know that through that engagement, that's a clinic that the private sector built for the VDC, because issues of mortality, child mortality was one of the issues that were highlighted. And then because in this area we have Agrichem through the trust that are implementing sugarcane estate, and then they do corporate social responsibility. They were able to donate that to the community, but it was part of their village action plan. And then through UNDP, again, we also mobilized an irrigation scheme of 193 hectares, which will be finalized shortly, so that the community is able to deal with their issue number one, which was food insecurity. So this is how powerful data is in terms of assisting in coming up with the responses in critical areas. And then the digitized verbs increased efficiency in terms of development of the DDP, because they provided primary data that at times when it delays, it also delays the whole process. That's why as I speak, we have finalized the SEP and we also finalized the DDP. We are now at the printing stage. Let me rush to the challenges. We have faced our own challenges through our implementation. First of all, our dashboard is down because the server is down, simply because it has been transferred from UNDP to e-government. And since that time, it has never been installed. So we are simply waiting as a council as to when that will be installed. Ours is advocacy. The second one, there is high downtime rate for the web page due to network glitches. And we hope partners will support the council in terms of boosting and upgrading the network seeking. And then verbs were developed in 2021, and then they were linked to MIP1 because that was the medium-term country plan. Now what we need to do after the web page is up and running, we need to review and realign to MIP1. Low literacy levels, as you saw on the dashboard, really negatively affected how the communities could interact with the tablets. But through the support of extension workers, we were able to get through, and we really need to strengthen adult and functional literacy so that that is mitigated. And then the assessment of hotspots proved very expensive because we couldn't roll it out to the other VTCs. That's one of the shortfalls that we also faced. And then the last one is the one that I want to emphasize more, the issue of sustainability of the initiative, because it's under threat since the M1D unit is not supported financially. So this one, I want to bring it to the attention of the Ministry, the Department of Economic Planning that sits in the Ministry of Finance, as well as the Ministry of All Government here. It's obvious. We have said that 1/3 of the indicators in SDG, their performance lie with the effectiveness and efficiency in the councils in implementation of interventions. If that is to come to fruition, obviously, we really need to make sure that as government, we institutionalize a budget line for the M1D unit, just to make sure that we are able to track progress in the implementation of interventions, just to have value for money and make sure that we are timely in terms of reporting. And that will also aid what we are discussing here in terms of the assessment for SDGs. I noted that when we are doing the plans, some of the interventions require resources. Where would you get those resources if we don't get a budget line for that? So we bank on you to make sure that that is done. In nutrition, for example, they were singing the same story, but they were able to make some considerations. They led the way by at least committing some percentage of their vote, and then Minister of Finance followed. Can we do the same with M&D? Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much for sharing the practical experience complementing the presentation from the Ministry of Local Governments. I think that you have covered, both of you in your presentations, several of the challenges that have been mentioned today, and how this the SDG Hotspot Initiative, how it can give answers and solutions to the issue of local service delivery and evidence-based policy making. I think that this is a very important point, and quite a comprehensive process that goes from the dashboard, from the data collection, to the digitalization of the VAPs, and the concrete enhancement of the service delivery. So congratulations on this experience, and thank you as well for putting in words also the needs for improved financing for M&E at the local level, that it keeps coming up again and again, how relevant this is for to achieve sustainable development and also the SDGs. So thank you very much for this experience. And still on the topic of dashboards and local data, I will give now the floor to the experience of Nakuru in Kenya. I hope that George Wasonga is with us online.
Yes, Claudia, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, so we can hear you. And I'm not sure if you have your camera connected.
Yes, are you able to see me? I have my camera connected. I'm raising my hand.
Welcome, George.
Thank you. I would like to share my screen. And as I do that, perhaps just reintroduce myself. I'm George Wasonga from Kenya, working to support Nakuru City, which is one of the youngest cities in Kenya now, to undertake their voluntary local review. And I'll share this time that I have. Told I have about 10 minutes. I want to try and see if it's possible to share the time with the city manager of Nakuru, who will also give a bit of practical experiences on the ground. So basically, just to sort of start off, I've organized this presentation in response to the questions that were given to us. And I want to focus a little bit on the foundational issues, really the question of why the dashboard, and to give a little snapshot or a little preview of this dashboard in use and its versatility, and then conclude with some of the challenges and lessons that we so far are experiencing. But as a starting point, I think if we look at the entire schematics of the process of a VLR, there are two most important aspects, and it repeats itself all through stakeholder, and so on and so forth. And of course, the other strand that is very important is data. So one of the early thinkings that we had when we started engaging with Nakuru, and this was around about July, August last year, was to then ask what is the best interface that we can have between the stakeholders and the data? Because for the true reason is quite a bit of data exists in the city vis-a-vis different plans and different sort of data sources. And there's a lot of multiple layers of stakeholders who are also holding various pockets of this data. And one of our key resolutions at that time when we started engaging with the primary stakeholders was that we need a very easy interface between the stakeholders and the data. And that's how we came about the process of establishing the dashboard. Now, what really does the dashboard help us do, or at least has helped us do in Nakuru? If you look at the way the structure of the planning is that we have multiple, let me call them layers of plans, from strategic urban development plans to spatial development plans, city resilience plans, and so on and so forth. And the key here was, how do we then harness from these different multiple plans and have one comprehensive or one compounded plan that then encompasses the entire spirit of planning for the city? And that was one of the considerations that the dashboard sort of responds to. The second was, of course, each of these plans then, elaborates different sets of priorities. Some pretty common, others are deviating depending on the sectors that are putting emphasis. And we had to then see how we construct this dashboard, therefore, to have a harmonized priority setting that is based on a popular sort of view in that kind of context. And then the third level of consideration was really the access. Data can be very useful, but if you keep it in volumes of published documents, 300 pages and so on, it's very difficult, therefore, for different stakeholderships to access it. So we then discovered that if we have this particular dashboard, it gives us an opportunity to have a living data lab. And there can be various levels of interface with this data. Those who are able to bring in data of certain value, but those also who are able to take that data and use it in different forms. So it creates a living sort of data lab. The second is, of course, helping to consolidate and harmonize these plans and priorities and run analysis in the context of one common dashboard. And thirdly, of course, is how we then locate the different SDG indicators as the interface between the plans and the actions, so that the local actions are measured against cascaded SDG indicators. The other aspect of it, of course, that we have come to realize is that we have an opportunity through the dashboard to have a continuous monitoring and reporting system. But more importantly, from a governance perspective, increasing the extent of transparency and accountability of the government. Now, in terms of the design of the dashboard, what we then looked at here was, which is the plan that most represents the ambition of the stakeholder ambition and interest in the city of Nakuru, and which holds the most prominent data in the sense of looking at the development landscape. And we were able to then harmonize our thoughts around an integrated development plan, which exists, and we digitized this item into the dashboard so that there is ease of access. And I'll just illustrate in a few minutes how that works. And then Nakuru also has, as a young city, is looking at an ambition of growing its city within a very consistent and elaborate strategy, which is contained in a process that is ongoing of Vision 2050. So the idea was therefore to make voluntary local review of the SDG indicators a core part of how you continue translating short-term development in terms of the idea and relating with the longer-term aspirations, which is contained in the Vision 2050. So in the analysis generally and with various levels of stakeholders, we picked up what were the dominant SDGs, and we were able to extract about 7 or 8 of them that are pretty much recurring and with significant public investment into those particular SDGs. So at this point, I just want to illustrate a little bit. I'll stop this here and come back with the dashboard so that we get a little scheme into it to see what I mean. And Claudia, you can give me an indication if you're able to see the screen that I'm now sharing.
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you so much, Claudia. So basically what we have developed here is we have digitized the city integrated development plan. So once you enter into that, you obviously find what is expressed as the general data of the city, giving you the demographics and so on, the boundaries. If you go to the sectors that have been identified within the plan, we have identify those sectors. We have used the data to give you very easy interface where you can see the different income sources. So there's information that's available. But the interesting one is that this data is mapped on an OpenStreetMap system where you can come and, for instance, if you want to identify the banks that are there. So it's really landing you into what is the basis of the development information, what are the different microfinance institutions. So you can isolate whichever of this you want. If you just want to look at microfinance, for instance, so you eliminate everything else and you remain with indications of what is there in terms of the microfinance. And you know, it gives you a very versatile way of looking at so which of the different banks that are there and so on. So this is the digitization of the item. But now, in terms of the voluntary local review, in each of the SDGs, what we have then done in the dashboard is to introduce the SDG indicators to be our measure of performance for this particular development strategy for Nakuru. And if you go to education, for instance, and one of the SDG targets 4.1 and the indicator for the first indicator there that looks at the proportionality of children and young people in the different grades. So we're able to map and answer this data. So anybody interfacing with this and wants to see how are we performing against that particular SDG, you can isolate the different grades. There's grade 1 running all the way to what we call standard 8 in Kenya. And you see the enrollment patterns running from 2017 to 2021. And again, one would ask, why is our data for now ending at 2021? One of the things that we have considered and we were guided by our national and county government is that the data is only legit if it is recognized within the Kenya Bureau of Statistics database. So we rely pretty much on what they call produce as county, what we call county statistical abstracts. And the one we relied on here in terms of the data source was the one for 2022. And one can easily come as you navigate this process to pick up the abstract just to confirm the evidence of that information. So this goes on and on as we populate this. We also, as a quick preview to this, try and highlight those particular initiatives that are contributing to this indicator and the source where we can reference those. So if you click, you can go quickly to the source and see that this is, for instance, construction and of the ECD classrooms and the toilets that's creating the improvement, provision of age-appropriate furniture, all this. And in terms of the investment patterns, you pick them from these reference sources. And we have the years where we have specific video links that quickly show you where this is. We're able to then introduce that within that particular schematics. So it runs through all those dominant SDGs, and one is able therefore to look at the yearly progression of SDG performance. And eventually, when we run the analysis, which is the stage we're now in building into this particular dashboard, we will start giving coloration patterns where you're able to have a colored map that tells you on the basis of SDG 3, for instance, how is Nakuru's performance at this stage of doing the review, because that data then, as you continue refreshing the data, it happens. Now, the beauty of this data process also is that it is highly interactive. We have created a secretariat within the city manager's office now that is constantly serving as the data hub, so that all sectors, and when we started this, we had a lot of silo mentality of people keeping their data in their own kind of pockets. And of course, the access for that data was mostly in terms of either hard copies or huge reports that did not then make the interactiveness with that data very, very clear. So this helps to then unlock that. The other aspect that we have, and I just want to then go back to my slide so that I conclude by sharing some of the challenges and the lessons, is that in this particular, sorry, I don't know if you're able to see.
Yes, we can see the PowerPoint now.
You see the PowerPoint. Great. So in terms of the various challenges that of course this kind of data processes have, is usually the credibility and source of the data. There's every set of data that is collected quantitatively, qualitatively, and in fact, if you dive into it, it's quite a huge amount of data. But the important thing about putting it in the prism of a VLR should be that it is credible data and the source is authentic. I think that's one of the key challenges, to constantly find data that's authenticated in terms of credibility and source. Of course, as you go into digitalization, you have to always consider, do we have sufficient skills to transfer these elements into, and is there infrastructure that can support it? So some of those capacities obviously have to continuously be built over time. We have, of course, as I said, some existing practice that is almost a segmentation of different plans. You find that city resilience plan, for instance, is domiciled in a certain department. The spatial plan is domiciled in the planning department, and so on and so forth. So that's a practice in itself. This database, of course, tries to cure that, but it's a practice that in itself posed a challenge when we were going through data collection. Of course, the issue about the character of governance and management is usually very important, because the dashboard obviously exposes the governance and management perspective through a very easy and easily accessible interface. So when you get a situation where there could be resistance, then it could pose a very difficult challenge. I'm not saying that happened in Nakuru, but I think we're very happy that Nakuru seems to then have adopted this element. Financing, as usual, it is not a very cheap exercise to digitize forms of plans, and also to continuously feed in data and clean this data and so on. It's a very fairly intense and often labor intensive in terms of the people working in the back end. We've learned a couple of lessons, and I just want to finish with this and invite Vitao for the next few minutes. One is, of course, it's very important as you promote or bring in the VLR into a city situation, to invest in political buy-in, because we are bringing in a technique that has to be accepted, a technique that opens transparency, a technique that allows for more accountability, and so on and so forth. Secondly, of course, it's important to sell this BLR as a utility tool for the routine processes, because the city government is grappling with day-to-day issues. They want to ensure they're responding to the citizens' aspiration in the form of the plans that were popularly put in place. So if the dashboard doesn't answer some of those questions, if it doesn't incorporate elements that are routinely engaging, then it really does not become a very sellable item as a dashboard. Perhaps you have it for the period of when the investment is happening, and then beyond that, it doesn't happen. Of course, thirdly, embedding multi-functionality in the dashboard. You're able to digitize the integrated development plan. Within that, you mirror a public interface where people are able to see where the different service nodes, and we're trying to see whether we can lock in, and I think it's how we'll talk to that. We can lock in a reporting system where one can go into, for instance, street lights and say, yes, we have, of course, this number of street lights, but this particular street has been dark for 1 week, and that kind of report comes, and it's able to engineer a certain response in terms of action. The other is, of course, incorporating a continuous capacity building for the transfer of skills, because this it's a new horizon. Not that digitization and using this kind of digital interface is foreign to the city, but it's a new way of doing business, and one has to cultivate, therefore, the culture of doing business in this sense, and that means continuously empowering and building capacity of the users at that end. And of course, importantly, usually cities and a young city like Nakuru has to try and compete with cities that are more established. So we must use this instrument as one that drives competition, drives competitiveness, because that then creates it as a more popular sort of item to use, in, if I may say, use that word. So I want to also acknowledge on the call Gaia from UN Habitat, who's been supporting this process as a UN Habitat focal person, and also to thank UN Habitat really for making this happen for Nakuru. And I must say, just like the Nsanje case, Nsanje district case that has been presented, I think digitization is the way to go if we want to make governance accessible to stakeholdership, if we want to encourage stakeholders to interface with their government and also with various service delivery nodes that are already occurring. Gitawi, if you can hear me, you can probably come in, and if Claudia allows, and spend the next 5 or so minutes just to sort of lay out some of the experiences based on the dashboard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George, for this great presentation and for showing how the work on BLRs can inform dashboards, and how also dashboards can be a platform for disseminating and communicating in a more, you mentioned interactive, but also easier way, such technical information and data linked to the SDGs. It was, I think that overall the presentation of the previous work on a dashboard for the hotspot project, and now also seeing the use of a dashboard for voluntary local reviews, give us a very comprehensive and complete picture on how digital platforms can be used for communicating data for different purposes, and how also these online platforms can become a space for integration and harmonization of plans, and a single place where you can find the different plans and strategies of a city for easier access. Thank you very much for these presentations, and I'm looking at the time, and I know that we have an activity, but I've been told that we have 5 minutes. So in 5 minutes, I think we can get 2 questions from
Claudia, if you allow me. Sorry, Claudia.
Yes.
If you allow me, I was inviting the city manager of Nakuru just give a 2-minute submission, only 2 minutes, and then we can proceed. Sorry for that.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Sorry, I didn't get that message. So I think that we have the city manager. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay,
You can-
apologies, the screen in front of me, so I was not aware of that.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and we're waiting for the video to come up.
Okay, fine. My name is Gitau Dabanja. I'm the manager in Nakuru City. I'm going to take exactly 2 minutes because I know you're constrained of time. Mine is also to appreciate the presentation that have been done. And I am here to give an experience about the dashboard that we are currently using in Nakuru City. That is under the VLR. And what we've done, the structure that we've established in the Nakuru City is that we have the convener, who is the city manager for the sustainability of this process. Then we have the co-conveners. These are institutions and agencies working in the city that are responsible for the priority SDGs. For example, the SDG 6 that talk about the clean water. We have designated the co-convener of this to be the Nakuru City Water and Sanitation Authority. Then we have the expert panel. These are some of the professionals within the city and also within the county government or the local government that are, that are in charge of some of the SDG areas. Then we have the city liaison officer. This is the city admin who is responsible to ensuring that all the processes that pertain to the SDGs localization is going on. And finally, we have the secretariat that is within the city, and these are responsible to ensuring that even when you have the meeting, we have a task force. They're the one who are in charge of that. The experience that we have with the VLR is in the dashboard is where the public has access to the dashboard, and they can directly engage the city through maybe making some complaint. For example, if at all there are some streetlights that are off, they're able to raise those issues. When they have some sewer blockage, when they have some drainages blockage, they're able to raise them in the dashboard, and the secretariat in the city is able to pick those challenges, and we are able to address them. Meaning, the dashboard is giving us a platform where we interact directly with the people in real time, and intervention necessary are able to be are taken. The dashboard has also helped us to upload the policy and the development document that we use. For example, the city integrated development plan. And when the document is uploaded there, the citizens are able to interact with the document. They're able to know what we are doing. They're able to see the project they also propose during the public participation that they are being implemented. And that creates the local understanding and interaction that enable us to have a transparency governance of the city, which is very key for us. And also, the dashboard has also, unbundled the IDEP in form of the SDG. And this one make it easier for them to go directly to the area of their concerns, and they're able to not only see what we intend to do, but they also suggest on how best we can do it. And through that one has been helping us to address their issues easily, meaning the localization of the SDG is just not only just a program that is going to be, to be on our shelves, but it's helping us to going forward to have a better interaction with our citizens and able to address the issues and the challenges. That's making our city to basically, from the administration point of view, meet the need of our residents. So that is what we are having. And I really appreciate the idea, the localizations, and we look forward that going forward, our city is going to be different in terms of the management. And this is something that have been embraced by all the leadership in the city. And I believe this is the best for other cities, not only in Africa, but globally, so that we can be able to meet the SDGs as expected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gitau Tabanja, City Manager of Nakuru, Kenya, for joining us today and for sharing these very inspiring words.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. So considering the time, I don't think we are going to have a Q&A now, but we might do it during the coffee and tea break. So once again, I welcome you to approach the two speakers that we have in the room. And we will also share the contacts for the colleagues and representatives from Nakuru in case you have any question on the linkages in between the voluntary local review and the dashboard of the city. So I will kindly ask you to share another round of applause with our panelists today. And we'll pass the floor to La to guide us through the next steps of the afternoon. Thank you very much for your attention.
Great. Thank you, speakers, for that very informative session. I think it's really nice to hear about the practical guidance on the data that's being collected here, how it's being used. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to quickly pass out our next exercise. So this is a stakeholder mapping template and a related stakeholder engagement activity timeline. So these are similar to this morning's, but it will just give you within your districts or within your organizations, all entities can fill this out, a chance to think about what stakeholders you'd like to engage with. So I'll pass this out, but after that, you are all welcome to have coffee while you discuss it, and then we'll have a presentation of your discussions tomorrow. I wanted to remind everyone to please hang on to your papers from today, so both these ones and the timelines from this morning, because we'll discuss it in the morning. Thank you. I'll come around.